Gaming news today is all about response. First, we've got fiscal results and an update from Xbox and Microsoft, and it's not good. Given the rumors of layoffs that was shut down by a Microsoft spokesperson, basically said that wasn't going to happen or that it was completely made up. We're going to look at these poor reports and we're going to sort of speculate on what this could mean for Xbox Studios as well as the future hardware plans. There's a lot of reactions in response to this that are pretty negative and a little doomsday, even from people who are traditionally very pro Xbox. Total gaming revenue is down 9% year over year. Content and services were down 5%. Hardware revenue dropped a staggering 32%. And remember, that's year over year. So that's down from previous years that it was already down. It just doesn't look very good for future hardware from Xbox. We're hearing, assurances about Project Magnus. We know the handheld was put on hold. They opted to do the ROG Ally X instead. But there is, the thought that maybe they just completely decide to not do any hardware in the future. And seeing total gaming revenue go down by 9% after they launched some pretty big titles, I've got an article with a very interesting response from Xbox and Microsoft about what the cause is, and they're looking square at the first-party releases, which is alarming. They had a great year last year, at least seemed like it. But those weren't the only responses. Second, the ongoing response to Highguard is interesting. There's some comments out there made by some pretty big folks in the industry, developers, content creators and the like, and I really do not agree with how some folks are framing the discussion. I pushed out a tweet as well as a YouTube short this morning talking about what I call toxic empathy and how it seems like we're not able to be critical or harsh about a game that is doing pretty awful. We're also going to look at what the devs have said in response. They are aiming at fixing things, and we're going to take a look at that. The third thing to talk about in response is Arc Raiders suffered a DDoS attack. That is basically when they flood you with tons of data and knock you offline. It was causing all sorts of server issues. They have actually responded, and they are addressing it. I'm sure we'll get into the thick of it this morning when it comes to Xbox, and I didn't really even have time to write a script about this, but let me just vamp for a little bit. I think right now many people are starting to see what a lot of us saw sort of coming when we were looking at the Activision deal. The Xbox Activision deal was sort of the beginning of a shift. You started hearing murmurings about games going to other platforms. Many of us said that when you spend that kind of money, Microsoft's going to kind of come in the room and say, hey, we wrote a really big check for you to buy all that property. It's time to change strategy. And it seems like that is coming more and more. Now the question would be just how much of that strategy stays intact with Satya Nadella, Amy Hood, basically Microsoft folks who want big return. There was recently an interview with Sarah Bond where she was asked about the 30% profit margin that is being pushed on Xbox as a division as well as its studios, and she didn't deny it. We were told it was debunked, but we could never get a direct quote. We could never find out who allegedly debunked the 30% margins, which is well above average. Like the industry average is somewhere between like 12 and 17% within gaming, and they're looking at basically double that. That's what they expect, which led a lot of us to say, are they going to start closing studios down? Are they going to start basically killing any small project because there's not going to be high return on those things? I mean, we just watched an Xbox Developer Direct where Double Fine announced something that seemed well out of left field, especially for them, and it certainly doesn't seem like the kind of game that's going to yield a 30% margin return. It's sort of a silly brawler game that looks, fun for maybe an afternoon or a weekend, but it's not going to knock the door down. So are games like that and studios like that, are they in jeopardy when we see these sorts of drops, when we see these sorts of decline? And that's just with respect to like the studios and the software strategy. Like if Xbox is now sort of under the watch of Microsoft and they want that software strategy, they're sort of viewing things more as a publisher, that really calls into question how much property and how many studios are potentially under a swinging guillotine. But the second question is hardware. For the longest time, it had seemed as though Xbox was really struggling to find their way with hardware. This gen especially, those of us that were critical of the Xbox Series S early on, well, we were dismissed. We were dismissed as haters. We were dismissed as like ponies. Like that's such an intellectual response to analysis of a system with an 8 gig usable memory bottleneck, and that developers were even commentating on in the early days about that's going to be a problem. Well, all that was dismissed. but it's continued to cause problems for them. Big titles like Baldur's Gate 3 came late. It's not even feature complete on the Series S. You got games like Black Myth Wukong coming late. These were titles that everybody was talking about, and your user base had to get them late. That's not exactly a great selling strategy for your platform. Beyond that, you had interviews like the infamous one that I've still, to this day, been very critical of, where Phil Spencer sat down with Des and Legary and essentially threw Larian under the bus. Essentially said, listen, you know, that's not a hardware problem. They continue to kind of deny that there's any sense of a hardware problem. Well, the next day, Larian basically said, yeah, we're going to ship the game on that platform, and they're not going to get split screen. Eventually, they did get split screen for Series X, but that's sort of beside the point. Phil basically to the public blames Larian in a very passive, kind of smarmy way. Beyond that, when the Black Myth Wukong release date gets staggered for Xbox, we have rumors start to get spread about a secret exclusivity deal. We have a Microsoft spokesperson that essentially makes that believable with their very vague corpo speak response. Then I continue to say, if you keep blaming developers for coming to your platform late, after Matt Booty literally confirmed it would take more work and the developers would have to plan better to bring content to their platform, I said, listen, you're going to make your platform pretty radioactive. Like, who wants to make a game for that platform if they're not only going to face longer development cycles and a bottleneck on the Series S, they're going to get blamed if they come late? Like, what? And now here we sit. Your hardware is down farther than it probably has ever been. Beyond that, you've got your actual revenue on the services and the games going down. Now, that could be indicative of the market, a larger market problem, okay? They're clearly facing an absolute downward slope on hardware. The software, the revenue and services is not necessarily as concerning. Those drops were not nearly as large. They were single digit, and that could have been something that was anticipated this time of year. It could have been anticipated because of, any number of things within sort of the economic situation that we're all finding ourselves in. But as it stands right now, I would say Xbox is in trouble from a variety of fronts. The studios, the projects, the games. I don't have confidence in any of those things coming to fruition, because if Microsoft's looking at this level of loss, they're going to try to recoup it somehow. And with respect to hardware, I wouldn't take any of their commentary about hardware to the bank, because right now it all feels like it would be up in the air given the significant amount of loss they've had in the market. It's expensive to make hardware. It's getting more expensive now with fluctuating RAM costs and everything else. It seems like the future for basically anything under Xbox is incredibly uncertain. And the sad thing is, it seems incredibly self-inflicted. Many of us warned that when you do this level of acquisition, it's tectonic, it's seismic, it leads to layoffs, it leads to loss of talent, loss of projects, loss of studios. All those things have come to fruition. The way they treated their hardware, the way they deprioritize hardware, the way they deprioritize exclusives, it just seemed like, how could any of this lead to growth? How could any of this lead to momentum or, a higher interest from the public? Well, seemingly it didn't. So for now, it's not looking good. And we'll just continue to monitor it, and I'm excited to talk to you guys in the chat about it today. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. We appreciate you guys being here so much. You guys said the contrast is higher today. I did the thing where, I go up to the camera. I don't know what's going on, but I've got some people to thank. I appreciate you guys so much. I feel like we've got the right frame rate. It looks like it's running fine. Let's see here. Joker Quinn started the day off. Let me get my members display out here so we can keep track. You guys are working on some pretty fun goals this week. And one of them is making my wife play Highguard. So Han shot first, and so did you. Thank you so much, Joker Quinn, for the first gifted member of the day. And then Super Googly comes in with the 38. I don't know what kind of tip that is. I don't know what the currency is. But it says, when everyone is expecting Highguard to flop, it really flops. Thank you so much. I posted a video on Twitter as well as a short on YouTube about the toxic empathy thing that I was talking about yesterday. We'll see what people have to say about that. If you guys are watching on YouTube, go through the ritual of hitting the like button, hitting subscribe, doing all the things. Cardoc Ren hits off 54 months over there on Purple. We're working on getting to 750 sub points on Purple. We're trying to kind of bounce back over there. And we're at 554, so we're about 200 points away. What happened? What happened to the Reforged background? I put the things up for my stream with Madam, and I don't know, I kind of like it. It makes it easier for me to take pictures for the thumbnails. I don't know. Well, I'll switch it up. It doesn't need to stay the same. Good opener, Richard. Thank you. So Brooklyn says, what happened? I'm not sure what you mean what happened. I mean, lots of things has happened. I mean, the results from Xbox are just, I mean, the revenue going the way that it's going, it's not good. I don't know how anybody can look at this. I mean, I'm seeing guys that are traditionally very pro Xbox, and they're like, this is bad. Like, I don't know if you can look at anything. Thank you so much, Dolan, for using your Prime over there on purple, pushing the line a little bit further. I appreciate that, guys. Make sure and use your Primes over there. What happened to Xbox? So the reports have come out, and I retweeted it. I didn't have time to like chop it up and look at it or anything like that. Let me grab it here. Let's see. Let's see here. I retweeted the fiscal report. It's not looking good, boys. Okay, so this is Shinobi. Shinobi's got the tweet here. Total gaming revenue is down 9% year over year. Content and services were down 5%. Hardware revenue dropped 32%. Now, keep in mind, somebody put this tweet in the Discord. I believe Zuby had like a spreadsheet. Yeah. Zubitech's got a spreadsheet here for us. Here we go. And bam. Okay, Xbox hardware performance since launch. So this is their hardware performance going. Hang on, we got to go all the way to the bottom. All right, so here we have the strong start. Down 11, up 13, down. Now remember, this up 3, I believe these are year over year, right? So this up 3 is up from that 7. And then down. So basically, from here to here is just an absolute cliff. I mean, it's just falling. It's absolutely falling. And listen, none of this should surprise anybody. When you basically abandon the tenets of what builds a brand of console, what builds a hardware platform, nobody should be surprised. Like, at all. None of this is surprising. We knew hardware would suffer, but the games as well. Is that the bad news? I'm saying on all fronts, I would be really, really worried what Microsoft plans to do here. The most important thing, Microsoft blames gaming for the bad numbers. Where did you see that? I saw them talking about, I haven't had a chance to read it. Windows Central tweeted this. Microsoft blames first-party weakness for Xbox revenue dip. Xbox revenue took a hit this quarter, with Microsoft openly pointing to its own first-party lineup as the culprit. A lack of major releases and lower player engagement drag the numbers down, showing that even Game Pass can't completely make up for a slowdown in exclusive titles. Listen, if Microsoft is willing to say this part out loud, okay, that's a concern. Because you got to remember, we had a report, I think it was sometime last year, that they lost a significant amount of money by putting Call of Duty onto Game Pass. Now they're out here willingly saying, they're like, listen, we did not have a good showing from first party last year. What do you mean? You had Call of Duty, you had Doom, you did an Oblivion remake, you had Avowed. These were all titles that were meant to be really, really big. I mean, maybe not Doom, but like the way they talked about Avowed and the way they celebrated Oblivion, and you got an annual Call of Duty. I'm here to tell you, Microsoft's going to look at this and say, I don't know what we're supposed to do with y'all over there. We had a bunch of first-party games that went out, a bunch of first-party games that cost money to make. You throw them on Game Pass, and then our revenue, it just continues to dip. This is, now remember, content and services also dropped. They're down in departments after like raise the price of Game Pass as well. They raise the price of Game Pass, raise the price of Ultimate, day and dates only on Ultimate. I was under the impression that Xbox games were in a good place, says Brooklyn, from the perspective how the fans of the brand were acting during the Xbox showcase that happened recently. Man, I've tried to say this for a long time, that it's really similar to, I said something a while ago about the Destiny community. I said that The Destiny community is the happiest after a reveal. Right? That's when they're the happiest. Yo, a member plus from Barrett's Champion, 23 months. Let me add you to the total. We're a little behind pace, boys. Let's catch up. Xbox has been canceling games and shutting down studios since the Xbox One era. Of course, they are suffering. Thank you. I said, listen, the Destiny community is the happiest after a reveal. They're never the happiest like when the content is out. They're always the happiest after a reveal, when everything is hyped and everything is all about the potential and everything's all about the future. I think in a similar vein, the Xbox loyal, the Xbox faithful, these guys are the most excited. Their chests are puffed out the biggest, and they're the cockiest whenever there's been a showcase or an event. It's always then. It's like eating good on Game Pass, roadmap, what have you. It's very, very similar. Whenever these fiscal reports come out, it's always like, you know, they'll act like it doesn't matter. They'll act like sales don't matter. They'll make fun of somebody like me for like looking at a spreadsheet. They're like, "Why are you looking at spreadsheets? So that doesn't seem like something a gamer would do." It's like, that's where the proof would lie. Like if you're talking about how things are better and things are doing really well, then wouldn't you have actual evidence to that, like revenue reports, sales, what have you? All of this is prophecy come true. It's just prophecy come true. Many of us said this is where Xbox is headed, y'all. Like they are not going to have growth. The hardware is not going to do well. If you keep putting stuff on Game Pass, I mean, what do you expect to happen there? They saw the money that they lost the year on COD. Tom Warren reporting, Microsoft more personal computing business, Windows, Xbox, Surface, and more, declined by 3% year over year. Microsoft blames gaming for the overall revenue decline of more personal computing. Microsoft Intelligent Cloud business, which includes Azure and server products, contributed $32.9 billion in revenue this quarter, more than double the $14.3 billion. So here's the thing. You got to understand something. Let me just put this in front of you, so that you can see it and know that I'm not like making up a quote here from Mr. Tom Warren. All right. We've said for a while that most of the money that Microsoft makes comes from their cloud services, comes from Azure, right? Well, look at what he's saying. Microsoft's more personal computing business, which is Windows, Xbox, Surface, and more, declined 3%. They blame gaming for the overall revenue decline. If you were hopeful about like the future of Xbox Game Studios and Xbox hardware, you don't want to hear this at all. That's worrying. They make so much money from their cloud services and Azure and B2B stuff. Like that's where all their money comes from. And you got this guy walking out, or whoever said it. I mean, it's just being reported by Tom Warren. You got all these claims now coming out saying in a financial report, yeah, it's gaming's fault. you know, like it's gaming's fault. If you're sitting in one of the Xbox Game Studios, if you're working on hardware, whatever, I don't know. I think the future is very, very worrisome. Sorry, I have like 30 different spreadsheets to analyze the ships in World of Warship. To be honest, real gamers only look at spreadsheets. That's right, Fuzzy. Thank you guys for over 100 likes on the YouTube channel. I appreciate it. Creature says it's almost like spending $70 billion on things already coming to the market while convincing people to not buy it is a bad idea. That's a new little mod logo that they gave the mods, like a blue shield. Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately the recipe that I mean, I kept trying to tell people that during the Activision Blizzard deal, because like guys were trying to celebrate it and acting like it was going to be this big thing. And I'm like, y'all, nothing is additive. Nothing they're doing is additive. These were games already coming to the market. So not only did they buy really big pieces of property, really big games that were already coming to the market, meaning it wasn't additive at all, the only real win for the Xbox guys was you didn't have to buy the games. You could get them on Game Pass. So you spend You spend $70 billion to pick up stuff already coming to the market, and then you give millions of consumers the opportunity to not purchase those things because they're on Game Pass. And then you react and you're like, well, we need to raise the price of Game Pass. So they raise the price of Game Pass right before Call of Duty hits it. They do the exact same thing the following year, 2 years in a row, like clockwork. Right before Call of Duty is going to hit Game Pass, they raise the price of Game Pass. The certain number of Game Pass users by 2027 looking more likely. I'm not sure what you're talking about, FCAT. At this rate, we will see Diablo and Diablo 4 in 2030. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Googly. Not only that, says Brian, they would say that sales don't matter and shouldn't be looking at spreadsheets, but would look at PlayStations. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, if you're going to look at the results, look at the results. Like, I talk about how the platforms are doing. I also thought that ABK deal was more of a Hail Mary, trying to disrupt the status of how things were going. Brian says, Amy said that they will continue to be down for the foreseeable future. On the way down is the question. What do they do on the way down? What do they do? What is Satya and Amy going to ask of the Xbox division? I don't know. It stands to reason if you just keep doing what you're doing, the numbers are likely just going to keep going down. So if from Microsoft's perspective, I would expect some kind of a change. They start cutting until they reach profitability. Focusing on Game Pass, and shifting marketing to everywhere is an Xbox. Everything is an Xbox has not helped. Exclusivity in their ecosystem was their strongest marketing, except numbers have not correlated to the previous projections. They don't walk out a 1200 hybrid. That's not on my bingo card. I mean, you want to talk about a real easy way to cut spending? Hardware. Look at the landscape of hardware right now. Do you think Microsoft is like, I tell you what we want to do, Xbox hardware is down 32% year over year after multiple quarters and years of being down. So I tell you what we'll do. Let's do more hardware. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say it's being canceled, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. I would not be shocked one iota if that's what ends up happening. I want to see if do they have quotes. Let's see here, because Windows Central is the one reporting. Amy Hood went on to blame the downtrend of gaming revenue on first-party games. She says here, gaming revenue was below expectations, driven by first-party content with impact across the platform. So you can say, oh, they were expecting it to go down. Amy Hood is saying it was below expectations. Quarter 2 from October 1 to December, there were 4 games released during that period. Ninja Gaiden 4, Keeper, Outer Worlds 2, and the ever-so-bloated Call of Duty. I mean, this is not a terrible lineup at all. Nobody expected games like Ninja Gaiden and Keeper to carry the majority of the revenue during the quarter. If anything, the only game that Microsoft and Xbox expect to be a slam dunk is Call of Duty. With recent news that Black Ops 7 saw drastic sales decrease, it's no surprise that revenue is down by so much. Call of Duty, even with its release later in the year, generally manages to grab a top spot in gaming. This year, Black Ops 7 trailed behind 4 other titles, Monster Hunter Wilds, Borderlands, NBA 2K, and Battlefield 6. Yeah, it also trailed behind Yote in the US, which is just remarkable, given what everybody said about Yote. Count Quackula with a $2 super chat says, you tried to warn them, but they called you a pony. I mean, let them. Let them. If folks want to name call and do whatever it is they're going to do, I say let them. Let them. They won't hop on the mic. They won't do a show. You know what I mean? Let them. This was so easy to call. This was so easy to predict. It really has to make you wonder why so much of the narrative was what it was. It really makes you call into question where a lot of it came from. because to me, it always seemed blatantly obvious where things were headed. I don't know. It didn't seem like any of us were pulling out crystal balls. None of us were pulling out crystal balls and making some kind of an amazing prediction. I'm curious, when Daddy Microsoft says Xbox is not worth it, sells off studios and exits gaming outside of a platform, blaming first-party titles when you own so many studios is wild. Well, I mean, I don't think Amy Hood's wrong. Call of Duty really slipped and fell last year. That's a lot of revenue. Like, think about it like this. There's already indications and data out there, there's claims that they lost like hundreds of millions of dollars when they put the Call of Duty that came out in 2024. There's already claims they lost hundreds of millions of dollars by putting that one on Game Pass. So I want you to imagine this year, they're taking that hit again. They're taking that hit one more time because they're putting it on Game Pass. They raise the price of Game Pass again. They probably take a hit there because people probably canceled. Like their revenue and services is down as well, which means Call of Duty didn't even cause revenue and services to go up. If you would think that would. Like, look at this and track with what I'm saying here. Let's put the numbers on the screen so it's not confusing. Content and services are down 5%. So if Call of Duty can't even get that number to go up, it certainly isn't going to get this number to go up if it's having a rough year, and you're getting hit both ways. It's having a rough year, you got beat up by Arc Raiders in Battlefield, and you lose revenue because people get it on Game Pass. So you lose here. Well, you're not even making anything up here. You're not even getting a bump to content and services, which is what you would expect. You would expect a big name like Call of Duty landing on Game Pass to give your content and services a boost. Nope. I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you're big, and this is where you really got to start to think about what might happen here. If your biggest game, if one of your biggest pieces of property can't move the line for Game Pass and you just continue to lose money putting games like that on Game Pass, brother, that's like brand implosion at that point. Because if you can't keep putting, if you cannot profitably continue to keep putting your big pieces of property on Game Pass, like if that becomes a non-starter, if Microsoft starts to question that, that's brand implosion. If they're no longer able to do that going forward, if they have to get rid of Day and Date, like, I'm going to say this, I feel like Day and Date's holding on by a thread. Think about what they've done with Day and Date and tell me that you're confident it's going to stick around. So 2 years ago, they moved Day and Date to Ultimate. That's pretty significant. And they raised the price of Game Pass. This year, they do it again. Game Pass Ultimate is at its most expensive that it's ever been, and it's the only way you can get Day and Date. That, to me, feels an awful lot like, dude, Day and Date's holding on by a thread. Because you either raise the price one more time, which you know will make everybody, like, you lost people last year. You're going to lose them even more if you bump it one more time. At $30, it better? Right, Jakob? That's what I'm saying. They're in a terrible situation because you either raise the price one more time and just continue to bleed subscribers, or you just keep going, which doesn't seem feasible at all. Day and Date for PC only went up by $1. Why are you lying? How am I lying? I didn't say that didn't happen. I said that Game Pass Ultimate went up and Day and Date is hanging on by a thread because of that trajectory. Day and Date for PC barely went up. Yeah, but I didn't say that didn't happen. To accuse me of lying, I would have had to quite literally had said that you can't get Day and Date on PC. I didn't say that. I'm talking about the trajectory. Within the context of what I was talking about, Day and Date has moved and gotten more expensive. You said it was the only way to play Day and Date? Okay, so I misspoke. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the way that they have treated Day and Date it seems to me like they're moving it. They're moving it to a cliff to push it off, especially considering the way that they have handled even talking about it. The way that they have handled talking about it, like within the context of what I was saying, is there is a trajectory of change with the way that Game Pass is being treated. I'm sorry I didn't say, oh, you can still get day and date on PC. That doesn't matter. If you take within the whole of what I was saying, they lost money on the previous Call of Duty. They probably lost money again. The most recent findings are showing that even a Call of Duty coming to Game Pass, content and services are down. So if Call of Duty cannot influence content and services, and it can't impact your actual overall revenue, I feel like day and date's holding on by a thread. Because if you've got to retreat to PC Game Pass, that ain't it. That ain't it at all. I don't even think that's Microsoft's hope, is that everybody retreats to PC Game Pass, which albeit is the best deal right now. If you're wanting to stay on Game Pass, PC Game Pass is the best deal. That's clear as crystal. I think that the equilibrium point is lower than the price point set, says Fruchter, meaning that they would need to make a fresh sale to overcompensate to add more users back. That's the problem, is the hardest entry point for price points. FCAT says PC Game Pass got hidden. What do you mean it got hidden? Googly with another super chat says, I have 33 months of Game Pass Ultimate left. I bought it all before the price increase. I hope their gaming division can survive that long. Guess what? If they cancel day and date for console, they are likely going to cancel it for PC as well. Right. The only reason I think they would keep it on PC for a while, Corey, is Phil Spencer said in an interview a while ago that they feel like the greatest room for opportunity of growth is like PC in the Asian market. Oh, were you guys paying attention to this game here, Cairn, the climbing game? It's pulling really, really high 80s right now on Metacritic and OpenCritic. So if you were curious about this one, that's incredible. That's a really great score for them. I hope they can hold on to it. That's really strong. I mean, high 80s, that's tough. That is tough. That is tough this day and age. The consistent shift in marketing strategy from Microsoft is the sign of how it hasn't played out, says Phenomenus. We were told Microsoft is leading the way into sub-based gaming, except the rebranding continues. Yeah, I mean, come on, brothers. Like, I you know what's funny to me about this is people think that, like, receipt pulling is toxic. It's like, receipt pulling's toxic. Yeah, sure. Interacting with a pervert on Twitter who stalks my channel and re-uploads large sections of content, that's not toxic. What's toxic is saying, man, there seemed like there was a whole narrative from people for the longest time about where Xbox was headed, but, you know, that's toxic. Receipt pulling what people said. Like, remember when I talked about the astroturfing? Nobody wants to talk about that now. No, nobody wants to talk about that now. Like, we sat here for months, for years. It's like, what are we even talking about here? Like, it's so clear there was a concerted effort and narrative being run to try to hide what was really going on. It was a constant shift to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. It's like, Jiminy Christmas. How could anybody have confidence in what these guys are saying? What they're projecting, what they're forecasting. I wouldn't trust anything they say at this point. I'm talking about Xbox, I'm talking about Microsoft. Like, why? Let alone the people that ran narrative for them. I mean, I would really question why that was so consistent. Like, why? Yo, Raven, thank you for the €11 super chat. I appreciate it. Yo, it's good, Feed. Good to see you in the chat, Feed. Appreciate you, man. We've been dealing with brain dead takes from Xbox fans for the better part of a decade. It's not Xbox fans. No, don't say that. I think that's the biggest mistake you can make. Nope. It's not Xbox fans. It's fanatics and mouthpieces. I think there's a distinct difference. Xbox fans have every right to be angry with, pundits and content creators and media that ran narrative and AstroTurf for Microsoft and made it seem like none of this was going to happen, made it seem like everything was okay. Xbox fans, they're the ones that have a right to be angry, being misled, being told that everything is fine, being told that, well, this is the way the industry's going. Really? You think so? Do you think the industry sees these reports coming out of Microsoft and says, oh, we certainly need to go that direction? Do you still think that? I think that's a great question. That's a great question. I'm all about asking questions, right? If anybody told you that this is where the industry was headed and that this is where the industry is going, why don't you ask them? Say, do you think it's working out really well for Microsoft? I thought they were ahead of the curve. I mean, a lot of you said that. A lot of you said, this is where the industry's going. Everybody's going to follow. Microsoft's ahead of the curve. Really? Really? Huh. I wonder if the industry, I wonder if PlayStation and Steam are looking at the results that Microsoft has yielded and are saying, well, certainly that's where the industry's going. Year-over-year loss, year-over-year negative. That's clearly what we should be doing. Let's get rid of exclusives. Let's get rid of prioritizing our hardware. You guys were so right. This is so where the industry's going. A 10 bomb from Rissick coming in. Boom. 295. Right on the doorstep. Thank you, Rissick. Who's going to steal the 300 milestone? Huh? Who's stealing this? Who's got it? It's unfair because of stream delay. Twitch has a really, really unfair advantage here. Lono has become Daredevil? How have I become Daredevil? Are we winning yet? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why people get personal. Because they're mad. They are mad. 5 bomb comes in from Broken Earth. YouTube gets it. He gets it right before Cardoc, Ren, Jack Garland with a 5 bomb on YouTube. And a single comes in from Rissick. And a 5 bomb comes in from Cardoc, Ren on Twitch. Taking us to 311. There it is. Nice play, boys. Excellent work. That's why people make it personal. Because they mad. They big mad. I mean, if your reputation for calling it and making predictions and covering all this was as bad as some of these folks, yeah, I could see it. I can see why you'd be emotional. I can see why you would follow toxic people on Twitter and engage with their content. I can see why you would, because you're mad. It's embarrassing to be that wrong that much. You know what I mean? It's that's why you make it personal. It's not hard for it to not be personal. All you got to do is look at the numbers. All you got to do is look at the predictions and be like, is this where the industry's going? It doesn't seem that way. Lono, the only reason I get personal is because of that ugly blue background. Make it green. Doc, listen. I'm dropping crap. Listen, Doc. Now we can be friends. Now we can be friends. Listen to me, Doc. You and I both know. You and I both know what it is to be strung along by a promise. You and I will always be brothers in this. A freaking Series X, man. That freaking Series X, Doc. Come on now. That was lie number 1 in a long history of lies. You know? That's a long history of lies. Now that you've calmed down because you see that green, it makes you feel better. I respect it. Hey, listen, you don't have to make it personal when you're right. You only got to make it personal when you're wrong. And boy, did a lot of these guys get it wrong. Only 4 games. Right, Doc? Series X is like line number 10. I'm just going to keep coming back to that because that was the number one thing that was extremely frustrating about this. Easy to understand. Thank you for smoking explains it. If you argue that your company is fine, the non-informed customer base will believe. Also personal when you choose the wrong horse. That's right. All right, guys, you got a hype train over there on Twitch. You got 4 minutes to get it as high as you can. You handle that well, Lono. Proud of you. I don't even know which thing you're talking about, Doc. They've been coming to me. They've been coming to me so many times, Doc. And I feel like I've done my best. I've done my best, man. I'm out here trying. You know, I feel like Sam Jackson in Pulp Fiction. He's like, I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying real hard. I'm trying real hard. The path of the righteous is beset on all sides. Jiminy Christmas. Really dig the shirt. Thank you. How is Xbox better? I think people are joking around, homie. That's an emote that we use to meme. We got like hate rated once and they just kept spamming that. Yeah, Xbox is so better. Here's an idea. How about Xbox just make a great game? Can we start there? Everything else is just conversation. I mean, we got a whole show I want to do about the Elder Scrolls. I mean, there's all kinds of worrying stuff coming out about that one. I mean, I'm here to tell you, when you're down this much. Vlock says, I just want to point out to console doomers that the Steam machine is no savior. Ain't no way that thing is going to be less than $1,200. Yeah, I have no idea what the Steam machine's going to be, but it ain't. I don't think it's going to be cheap. That's for sure. I can't imagine it falling below 800. 800 feels like the bare minimum they'd be willing to for like the cheap one. If it ends up below that, I'll be shocked. No, but I mean it. I really think that's what y'all need to do. If you're in circles, if you're on Twitter, if you're in podcasts, if you're on YouTube videos, and it's somebody that told you this is where the industry's going, no more exclusives, yeah, the industry's changing. Xbox is making it pretty clear if this is where the industry's going, nobody's going this way because they're just losing money. If you're down year over year in every category, who in their right mind is going to look at these fiscal results and be like, you know what, Microsoft clearly saw where the industry was going. We should make sure and follow them. Nintendo and PlayStation are definitely going to be like, yeah, we need to do what they're doing. Down year over year in every category, clearly they're the industry trendsetter. Or maybe, just maybe, it was talking points. It was astroturfing. It was running defense. Maybe that's what was really going on. And a hit dog barks. I started telling y'all that's what was going on. It made my spidey sense tingle. It's like, why are they all saying the same thing? The same phrases? The same tweet structure? What is this? Where is this coming from? I'm here to tell you. It was all part of the plan. You got to keep people satiated. You got to keep them on Game Pass. That was the primary concern. I think the primary concern was if the general Xbox loyal populace senses where we're going and senses where things are going, we can't have that happen. They knew they were going to be losing money. They had to know eventually you're going to start to lose people on Game Pass when you're raising the price. You're going to start to lose people on Game Pass when you move Ultimate. Like, these are the natural course of consumer response, and they know that's coming. They especially knew that people were going to start abandoning the platform when you start taking your sacred cows and giving them away. When you start giving Halo and Forza and Gears to PlayStation, they knew they were going to lose people. So what did they do? They had folks running defense for them. They had folks willing to go out there and stand on the front lines and calm everybody down. Satiate folks, keep them on Game Pass, keep them loyal for another year or two. And it worked. It worked. That's why I said, don't blame the Xbox fans. The Xbox fans have every right to be mad. They were misled. They were misled, willfully deceived, for at least a year of just constant nonsense, constant BS claims about what was happening, what wasn't going to happen. Man, I'm telling you what, it's not toxic to call people to account for saying that stuff and running BS and misleading the public. That's ridiculous. Roadmaps with games coming out this year that never did, some that still haven't released yet, all to keep subs. It's all part of the plan. Creators give bad news in advance to soften the blow. It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan. The only thing missing is hashtag ad. That's exactly right, Eugene. That's exactly right. The only thing missing from a lot of the coverage was hashtag ad, because it might as well have been that. Might as well have been that. It's what it was. It was marketing. You start talking about how exclusives are anti-consumer. You start talking about how exclusives are bad for the consumer. That's marketing. That's not a genuine position. That's marketing. You're marketing for Xbox. You calling out Doc? Calling out Doc about what? What do you mean? What should I call Doc out about? He's talking about Doc Dark, by the way. Doc's a friend. I didn't feel like Doc got on a single podcast or I didn't see any videos from him saying that exclusives didn't matter and exclusives were anti-consumer. I didn't see him saying that. Was he saying that? Doc was one of the reason I found Dr. Disrespect. The reason I found Doc Dark is because he made a video putting a line in the sand about 60 FPS in Starfield. I don't know what Doc's stance on exclusives was. I don't know what he said. I don't know what he said. Listen. Here's the beauty. And also, Doc says most of what he does with a smirk on his face, right? Doc Dark is a lot of the times playing a character. He's having a laugh. He's not being serious. You can't take it that serious, y'all. Okay? The beauty of this is I don't have to call anybody out. I mean, they like to run their mouths about me on Twitter in replies like cowards, but I don't have to call anybody out. There ain't no reason for that. No. You're the public. You're the Xbox fans. That's your job. That's your job. Your job is to say, hey, what are you doing? Why'd you say all this? Why'd you give us all these assurances? Why'd you say all these things? That's your job. You're the public. You're supposed to go to the account, go to their content, and say, listen, man, you said all this stuff. You know, this is all in a shambles now. You won't call out Jez, though? I'm not in the business of calling people out. I'm not in the business of calling people out. Regardless of what somebody tried to claim in my chat yesterday, which, go back and watch the entire stream. I didn't call anybody out. Just more lies. Just more dishonesty. Right on brand. I don't need to call anybody out. The results are the results. All the claims about this is where the industry's going, I told y'all, I was like, there's no way that that's true. There's no way, bro. Because the two market leaders aren't showing any signs of that. No signs. The false equivalency argumentation was so frustrating because they literally acted like what Microsoft and Xbox were doing for the last 6 years was the exact same. Was the exact same as what PlayStation was doing with PlayStation porting their games to PC 24 to 36 months later. That is either willful ignorance or it's bad faith argumentation. They knew what they were doing was dishonest and deceptive. They knew it. They know those things are not equivalent. Yep, this is where the industry's going. I mean, PlayStation's doing the same thing. No, they're not. No, they're not. And yet that's what everybody said. And all you got to do is look at the financial results. Right now, it didn't work. It's not working. If this is where the industry's headed, man, PlayStation and Nintendo are probably like, whew, we've never been more happy to be behind the curve because they did it first. And boy, oh boy, it's not going very well. Lord Hork says Paris was weak AF yesterday. Listen, he came in the stream, he said something that wasn't true, he got corrected, and he's gone right back to Twitter and he's replying to an incredibly toxic, hateful account. That's all you need to know. I gave the opportunity to put it behind us and have a conversation. He went dead quiet after getting corrected, and now he's run right back to Twitter, hiding in his replies, replying to a toxic account. Do we need to say anything else? I don't think so. I don't think it's worth our time to say anything else. That's all that needs to be said. If I'm in charge of Xbox, I'm cutting the whole thing down to just developing for PC, PlayStation, and Switch. Keep PC Game Pass and remove the day one games. Yeah, I mean, listen. Listen. Xbox dev kit, building for Xbox, like, I don't think that why would you do that? I think that's one of the reasons why. This is going to sound interesting. But I think one of the reasons they're going the route they're going with like Windows and like a PC hybrid, I think the reason they're doing that is because they already kind of knew, like, this isn't going to, we can't do this anymore. We can't do this anymore. Like, we've got to make games basically for the PC landscape because PC is enormous, PlayStation and Nintendo. That's why when Sarah Bond says we want the future to be where Windows is the largest gaming platform, okay? That's a pretty loud signal that there will not be like a traditional Xbox in the future. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that's like a bad thing if that's what you want. If you want basically like a PC for your living room, if Magnus still comes out, that could be a great value point for you. There's no denying that, especially if you're willing to pay the price. It won't be cheap. Sarah Bond made that clear in an interview. That could be a great value point for you. But just forget the device for a second. What she's saying is signaling something far deeper. They know when they signal that, when they plan that, and when they say that, they know what that means. It means, oh yeah, we're totally shelving this idea of building games for Xbox and having an Xbox dev kit. That's all going away. Joker Quinn with the single gifted. Thank you so much. That reminds me, I owe you guys a single gifted. Let me get that added to the total from Joker Quinn as well to 312. The Xbox loyal crowd don't buy games. Man, I love Black Hokage, but that clip floating around of him saying that about how, like, Steam and Xbox guys buy games, but PlayStation guys don't buy games. I'm like, are you sure about that? How on earth did Yote on one platform surpass Call of Duty in the US? How did that happen if PlayStation users don't buy games? How are PlayStation users historically like 48% of those who purchase Call of Duty and they don't buy games? How is that even possible? Like, he's got some, I think, I've seen Hokage clips that are fantastic. That clip was just like the most non-facts based thing I've ever seen somebody say about that. I was like, huh? Like, have you looked at any of the sales reports? What are you saying here, dude? That's not true. Like, at all. Apparently, Xbox Series X has an advantage over the Pro because of Quick Resume. Oh, yeah, dude. Quick Resume is... Whew. Guys, don't talk bad about Quick Resume. If you do, you'll end up in a guy's video, and then he'll quit YouTube 3 months later or 6 months later, or however long it was. Guys, don't be mean about Quick Resume. It really hurts their feelings. Oh, golly. Oh, man. Whew. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that turned into what it turned into that time I said that. Oh boy, how pathetic. Oh Lord. Lono fam, 7,000 players and dropping. I heard it wind up. Is there no paper in there? It's underneath all that, mama. They're just foam plate things. Just lift them up. Quick resume's barely supported on Xbox. My bad, just got back from a phone call. What did I miss? Doc, they're calling you out. They're in chat calling you out. I was telling them, like, I don't need to call anybody out. I said it's up to the users to call people out. All the people that said exclusives are bad and this is where the industry's going. And I said, listen, if this is where the industry's going, there's nobody that looking at these fiscal results and thinking they need to do what Xbox is doing, because it doesn't look very good. It doesn't look very good at all. You know? Makes your skin glow. There's something going on with the white balance, man. Listen, if there's one thing I don't need, I don't need to look more white than I already do. Jiminy Christmas. Like, your whiteboard looks green. Yeah. I don't know what you mean. I didn't like Highguard, but I think giving everyone a month to be pissy was low-key genius. Quick resume doesn't work a ton. I've gotten quick resume in my Xbox to work better after I cleared messages and deleted some people from my friends list. I still need to clear out my friends list. It's too big. If you have a really big friends list and a lot of messages that are like old on your Xbox, clear it out and it'll run better. That's part of the problem. Like every time I turn my Xbox on, I'm like, man, this thing runs so slow. And then those reports came out that like clearing your friends list and your messages can help. Ken in our members only Discord says most of the bigger Xbox content creators are just saying whatever it takes to keep their audience engaged and excited about Xbox. They have to spin everything in positive and light to keep their audience happy. Well, I mean, listen, I don't envy that at all. They picked the bad, I mean, I know we make jokes about ponies, but boy, oh boy, they picked a bad horse to back. The numbers don't look good, but did you see Cloud? I couldn't believe how well it was doing. Can somebody get me the numbers on that? I didn't see that. I saw claims made about it, but it was from somebody that was leaving out a lot of the bigger pictures. So I was like, what is this? Is like cloud gaming rising in users or making money? Like, I didn't see. I saw people making claims, but I don't know if anybody can track that down for me because I didn't have any time at all to look at all this. We have no idea when the PSSR update's going to drop, Bender. We're hearing reports by March or something, by end of March or whatever. Delete all your friends, that's right. Might be cloud overall, like Microsoft forcing OneDrive. Yeah, if it's Microsoft's cloud, that doesn't... Haven't they basically forced that result? Like, if it's Microsoft's cloud stuff, like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? That joke was insane. Come on, Lono, back the wrong horse. Listen, I get it. If I spent all that time making content and doing shows and being all about Xbox, I'd be pretty sour too. You know, the brand that you backed jettisoned everything they told you they were going to do. And the worst part is, you just said, that's fine. I'll just say whatever you want me to say then. Oh, okay. So hardware doesn't matter. The best graphics and performance doesn't matter. Power narrative doesn't matter. Exclusives don't matter. Okay, what else doesn't matter? All the things that you told us matter don't matter anymore. So what matters now? Oh, this is what's always mattered to gamers. You know, playing games wherever, Xbox anywhere. That's what's always been important to gamers. I'm like, since when? Since when did you tune in to like an E3 or like a Gamescom and you're like, yo, I cannot wait to hear about how many places I can play the games? Nobody talks like that. It would be like, I can't wait to hear about the games. Gamers have never been like, dude, you know what really matters to me? is being able to play my games everywhere. You know, all this time I've been playing on like Nintendo or my PC or my Xbox 360 or my PlayStation. Really what I've wanted to do all this time is be able to play all these games on my cell phone or my iPad or my smart TV. That's what matters to gamers, except like that doesn't evidence at all. That's not evidenced at all in any of the behavior of gamers for the past how long. But that's what's important, y'all. No, that's not what's important to gamers. That's what Xbox and Microsoft kept saying was important because it was the new marketing marching orders. So anybody that echoed that was just an extension of the marketing. They weren't saying something they genuinely thought. That was written in a high rise in some boardroom about like, well, how do we convince people that this is like the new direction that we need to go? And they come up with fancy sayings and fancy logos, and then you get your good little soldiers go out here and say all this stuff for you. So then the audience starts to say, yeah, this is what really matters. Play anywhere is what really matters. I'm hearing that the Portal streaming is at an unprecedented level this holiday. It looks like a lot of people bought one. Yeah, for $200, it's an amazing little cloud device. It worries me, says Doc Dark, because if xCloud makes them more money, they'll go fill cloud. I don't know. Oh, you mean like just abandon hardware in general? I don't know, man. Looking at these reports, I can't see them really wanting to do hardware anymore. Xbox is giving me way more games than anybody else. Even on Steam, I play Xbox games. Yo, thank you so much, Sora, for the $5 super chat. I saw your short about toxic empathy. I agree. Honesty is the best policy. Thank you very much. Portal has had a 7% attach rate, which is pretty good for a $200 accessory. Play anywhere would be great. But what will I play if you don't have any games? Play anywhere is great. Oh, I mean, they are wanting to make this is. I mean, I'm just coming out of the Dev Direct, and this is just the impression that I got. It seems to me like they want every game that they publish to be play anywhere. I don't see that moving the needle in the consumer base at all. Like, I don't see that moving the needle. Think about it right now. Like, if you were considering buying an Xbox game, I had a conversation with Ginger the other day, and that's a factor for Ginger. Ginger was like, if it's got that play anywhere, I'm more likely to buy it. Okay. If you're in that ecosystem, that's true. That's the big question. Like, how many more people are left in the ecosystem that's a selling point to? Because if you've gone to PlayStation, Play Anywhere is not that strong. Play Anywhere is what really matters. I just clipped you saying that with a green background. I got to get the take Lono out of context money, dog. Hey, listen, Doc. Listen, there's good money in misrepresenting me. You know what I mean? You can really get a lot of views. You throw my face on the thumbnail, make me look like I'm crying or raging, and then call me a pony and only watch a small snippet of what I say, reframe it, misrepresent it, cash money. I mean, there's money there right there to be made, bro. I mean, it's completely unethical and toxic and an absolutely terrible way to repurpose content. You know what you should do, though, Doc? Put it on Twitter first, and instead of reacting to my actual content and giving me attribution and tagging me, just react to the clips on Twitter so that you don't actually do it in an upstanding way, like at all. Like within the React meta, like there's upstanding ways to react to content, like, I don't know, watching it its entirety, keeping it in its context, giving attribution, linking to the original video. You know, that's how you're supposed to do reaction content. What you should do, Doc, is make sure and put the clips on Twitter, steal it, and then react to it so there's no attribution and no link to the original content. You know what I mean? Really, really go full bore scummy heel about it. Don't adhere to any of the upstanding ways to do reaction content. There's good money to be made doing that. Doc says, every time Lono says something positive about Xbox, clip it. We about to make Lono a bot. Who you talking about? Chill, dog, chill? Oh, I don't know. I mean, there's good standards. There's really good standards for how to do reaction content. There is. You give attribution, you let the content play in its entirety, you link to the original video in your description. You know, that's an upstanding way to use the content of others. That's how we do it. That's how Asmongold does it. That's how pretty much everybody on the platform does it. Well, unless you're just a heel, unless you're just a scumbag parasite that doesn't want to give original attribution or watch the original content or, you know, link back to it, tag the person, show their channel. None of that. Yeah. Lono's going to react to his own content under a burner. Free money glitch. There's that right there. Free money. It's infinite money glitch. It's easy. It's so easy. Gee, many Christmas. The Cisco with 39 months and a member plus. I still have a screenshot of Lono as the Death Stranding baby. Good money to be made. Thank you so much, Cisco, for 39 months. I didn't even see that one. Let's add it to the total. Listen, boys. Let's get this going here. We got Peachy Creamy coming in with a member plus, adding to the total. And another one coming in from God Howard. We are a 10 bomb away from 325. We are a 10 bomb away from 325. If we hit it, I got to pay you guys a member. Bring back HBJ to react to you. What are you most excited about in the PS5 Pro focused update? What am I most excited about? I don't know. I mean, just more consistent implementation in third-party games, probably. I think the first-party games have all been excellent on the Pro. We've had inconsistency with a handful of games on the Pro. And Wired Rope drops a 5-bomb on purple to get us real close to the milestone. We're 75% of the way to completing our sub goal on purple. Y'all can help us out. We're working on a sub-point goal over there. Yeah, so if they can get the PSSR update rolled out for the Pro and it leads to like more consistent implementation from third-party devs, like that's that thing, I think that's a win. So please, dear God, don't tell me you are an unironic viewer of Asmongold's content. Here's just a bunch of name calling. I watch all the content. I watch people all the way on that end and all the way on that end, as long as they're not like, because I don't agree with your assessment of him. But I also don't agree with most of what he says. I agree with probably about half of what he says, and half of it I'm like, I don't agree with this at all. I expose myself to different viewpoints and different ideas and different arguments. I think that that's healthy. You don't have to do that, but that's what I do. So, well, sorry that's upsetting. More stable 60 FPS. Yeah, I mean, I would say third-party implementation was pretty consistent. It got really overblown by people who are, you know, consistently dishonest in these spaces. It got consistently misrepresented. You know, Asmon took shots at you too. No, he didn't. He didn't even know who I was. Those guys were so excited. They were frothing at the mouth that they got him to watch one of my clips. And then he backed off and didn't even react to the thing in its entirety. So, that's not true at all. Listen, Asmongold should know, as well as anybody, you shouldn't be looking at clips out of context. You should be looking at the entirety of the discussion, because the people do it to him all the time. So, but with the Pro, I do think a lot of the third-party implementation was overblown. Like 120 games were PS5 Pro enhanced, and there were like 4 that had problems, like a whopping 4. So I think it was largely overblown. I do think there should be more consistent implementation. I also think that PlayStation should take the tag away when there's reported problems and bad implementation. You know what I mean? So I think it was overstated, but that would be that would be my hope, is that the PSSR 2.0 update for the PS5 Pro, would fix a lot of those issues. So if you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure and hit the like button. Try and get us to 200 likes. That really helps us out. Yeah, world-renowned GeoHound, I'm not doing this with you, brother. I'm not doing this with you. You've clearly come to your conclusions about the person. I'm not going to sit here and do this like broad assessment takedown of another creator. I don't think it's helpful, and I think by and large, virtually every creator, some of them deserve it, but virtually every creator is exaggerated and summarized in ways that don't even remotely represent the person. I think that happens very, very often. I can strongly disagree with such and such streamer, and people will come in and be like, I can't believe you watched them. And it's like, I watched lots of different people. Like, what's the problem here? How long have you even been hanging out here? I don't really feel like you're here in good faith. Like, why I can't even get channel activity on you. 3 years? Yeah. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I don't want to have to do this with you. That's not even what the topic is about. And you were asked to not do it, and you're continuing to do it. So I think that's grounds to just... Let's move on. Let's see. The PS5 Pro shimmering problem was overblown. Well, and even the guys on, what was it, the Black Ops, it wasn't the most recent Black Ops, it was the one before. Even they said they had to do like a denoising process. Like, they figured it out, right? They figured it out. And so I thought that was a pretty big indication of something. Like, the actual devs on Call of Duty, like, worked with PlayStation devs to figure it out. So, we're an hour in. We don't need to keep beating this dead horse. I mean, if you guys want to submit questions on the topic of Xbox and everything's going on, we got one question here submitted from Perfect Image saying, if Xbox changed day and date Game Pass, would the players stay? I mean, I think in general, they're facing a problem of loyalty exodus. I think they are. I think Xbox is facing loyalty exodus. I think it's one of the reasons you're seeing their numbers are down, their hardware numbers are down, content and services are down, revenue's down, they're down. I mean, I think that's easy to see. And I think they're dealing with exodus. I think that loyalty exodus is happening. They're likely dealing with people that are unsubscribing from Game Pass. They're likely switching hardware. Sneaky says, as always, thank you for your honest views. That's why you're a unicorn of gaming news. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You guys are literally 5 away from the next milestone. Like, Wired Rope set it up and nobody took the bait. It's just dangling there for the taking. Remember, whoever hits it gets it. You guys bum rushed it earlier. Jinx and Gold says Game Pass is not enough to retain players. The console is hollow nowadays. They put the X in Exodus. That's kind of funny. Anyway. It's a first-gen product, says Zubair. I didn't miss earlier version of PSSR, did I? No, when PSSR when it first hit the market, I don't know. I thought it did well. I thought it was fine. Satya and Amy Hood's fault? Well, the real question you have to ask is, what are Satya Nadella and Amy Hood going to do next? Like, what are they going to do next? And a 5 bomb from Siege Master. Somebody does it. I was like, somebody's got to land this one, dude. It's just dangling. And a VIP renewal from Rose Girl. Thank you, Rose Girl. She says, 13 months. Love being a member for 13 months and watch you every morning on my work days. That's very, very kind. Thank you. Nate Dogg says, hey, Reforge, what do you ultimately think will happen with Xbox? Okay. That's a great question. I think whatever happens next is whatever Satya Nadella and Amy Hood want to have happen. Which means I think their hardware plans are probably right now being looked at. Their hardware plans are probably being looked at. That would be my guess. They're going to release an album called Hood Nutella. That's right. Hang on. I owe you guys a member over there on YouTube. You guys hit the goal. Or the milestone, I'm sorry. Oh, I forgot to say this. Guys, 500 unlocked Saturday Night with Madam. We have her react to gaming news, okay? We have a bit of a hilarious stretch goal this week. If you guys can get this number to 750, which you got a bit of a ways to go for that one between today and tomorrow, you can make my wife play Highguard on Saturday. I don't even have it installed on any of my devices. Like, it looked that bad. I was like, I'm not even going to install it. But you can make my wife play Highguard this Saturday night after she reacts to gaming news. We got a ways to go, so you guys are going to have to kind of like band together if we want to see that happen. We need to do that because I don't know if the game is going to be around much longer. I think they'll go full Game Pass mode. No consoles anymore, becoming full third-party and Game Pass app. No more hardware. Zilla, I don't even know if Game Pass is going to be as prominent. I don't even know. Do we get to watch her divorce you on Sunday? And that was the beginning of the end of their marriage. They were about to be married for 19 years, and he made her play Highguard. Oh, golly. If the player count keeps going the way it's going, we'll need people to play. That's right. That's another subject for today. We'll keep that out of the frame for a little bit here. I've got some things I want to read and react to with you guys about Highguard. I think they'll release an AI AMD chip, says FCAT, and the Xbox full screen experience for all PCs. It'll be like this Xbox Now, no Magnus. So you think Magnus gets canceled, FCAT? I'd be really interested to see what happens to Project Magnus, given RAM prices and the current results of their sales. Like, somebody at Microsoft's got to be questioning, why are we doing anything in that division anymore other than just like publishing big titles and mobile games and making as much money as we can? Like, what exactly are we doing over there? Game Pass is dead. A new system needs to be fleshed out for the future. Somebody made the prediction. I might have been Creature. It might have been a handful of you, actually. It wasn't just one person. I feel like somebody made the prediction that there will be a complete shift in how they approach this topic. So what they're going to do is they're going to start focusing on Play Anywhere as opposed to Game Pass. Yeah, there it is. Creature saying it. Play Anywhere is the clear intended replacement for Game Pass from my point of view. Yeah, Creature is one of the ones that said it. I feel like there was somebody else who said they thought the same thing. Maybe they were just agreeing with him that day. I feel like there was two people that were really, hitting that one home. And I was like, it's very possible that their goal is to be more focusing on like xCloud and Play Anywhere than Game Pass. That's entirely possible. They can abandon the current Xbox community and their libraries. I agree. Game Pass will get revamped, but no hardware going forward. Yeah, I could see, especially with all they've said about backwards compatibility, like their assurances for backwards compatibility also, I think, ties into this. Because like Play Anywhere, access your library anywhere, access your new purchases anywhere. I think these are all, the fundamentals of how you shift the brand, right? Like, I think if you're trying to shift the brand and you're trying to get people to think differently about what you're doing, I think you say, listen, all the games you buy now, Play Anywhere. Oh, here's your backwards compat library, Play Anywhere. You got xCloud everywhere. Like, Game Pass just maybe starts to take a bit of a back seat. Because if 2 years in a row, you put Call of Duty on Game Pass and you don't see good results from that, why would you continue with any other title? Like, why would you keep doing it? Like, why? Here's the real question is, if they decide they're going to change how they're doing that, how do they even announce that? How do you even break that news to people? Because I don't know. I feel like there's two big giant things that are in jeopardy. One of them is day and date, and the other is hardware. Sorry, no, but hardware will kill any momentum they have left. Without a console, I strongly believe they fade into obscurity. Magnus wasn't even sounding like a console, though. It was sounding like a PC hybrid that was going to be expensive. You think people that were sold Series S's and the best value in gaming on Game Pass are going to go and rush the store for like a Magnus that's like basically the price of a pre-built PC? I don't think so. FCat says, I don't think they give Game Pass up, but PC Game Pass will lose day one and they'll force to upgrade to Ultimate. Paul says it's not Play Anywhere really, and if the next system is a PC, then Play Anywhere has no value at all. How does Play Anywhere have no value if the next thing's a PC? I'm not connecting that logically, Paul. What do you mean? What momentum? They haven't had momentum since 2007. They're throwing darts at a board. Eugene says, current Xbox users have Xboxes. They have access to their libraries. Microsoft doesn't have to keep making hardware to allow them to continue to access them on new hardware in the future. They've made an awful lot of assurances about backwards compatibility. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time they've made assurances about things that don't end up happening, like VR and what was the other thing that just never happened? What was it? I can't even remember. I mean, the handheld thing wasn't ever like officially announced, but man, oh man, Phil Spencer really made it sound like they were really wanting to do a handheld. Then we heard that they canceled their plans, and then they opted to instead, they opted to do the complete and utter different approach, which was they had Asus do it. So, I mean, how do we even have a report from this? How many of those did they even sell? Of the Xbox ROG Ally X. I mean, how many units did they even sell? They push cloud a lot, says Brandon. Things have definitely gone south when they started saying Xbox is the best place to play, now Play Anywhere. Yeah, Kinect was pretty bad. I'm just saying, without a console, people won't even consider Xbox an option anymore. They will seem suboptimal. Homie, they seem suboptimal right now. Why would you buy an Xbox right now? Why? Why? They're putting their sacred cows on PlayStation. They've raised the price on their hardware multiple times. They have the most, from a consumer's perspective, their hardware couldn't be more unappealing right now. It couldn't be more unappealing. You have longtime fans that are like, why would you even buy it? Why? There's no reason to have an Xbox anymore. Longtime fans are going to PC or PlayStation. Those are the two roads they feel like they have. Yeah, hardware's down 32%. So like I don't. That's the question. Is if you want to look at this from Microsoft's perspective, it's like nothing we're doing is turning the tide. So that's when you just start cutting things. You just start boom. It's kind of like if you've ever seen when like a ship is sinking, like in a movie or something, and they just start throwing everything overboard. It becomes essentially like a desperation fire sale. You're like, just get everything off of the boat to slow us from sinking. That's what I would expect Microsoft to start thinking. What can we cut to fix this? You have this giant, almost like, just, it's like a tumor-like thing on what they're trying to do. If they're blaming their losses on gaming's going to be fresh in their sights. They're blaming their losses on gaming. Wheezy says in our Discord here, our members only Discord, he says, I would reckon the Xbox hybrid will be cheaper than the Steam machine, but I think people will be delusional if they think it's going to offer real PC freedom that comes with the title. I'd wager that the real man behind the curtain is you get most of the PC functionality minus access to competing storefronts. Maybe that's just me though. What are they going to throw? The rest of the company? Brother, they have a lot of studios. The Xbox ROG Ally handheld sold 1,000 units during launch in Spain. I don't know if that gives us even a window into how well it did. I mean, Spain, I don't know how many they were hoping to sell in Spain. No one's going to buy a PC that can only access the Microsoft Store. That's what I was saying, Siriu. Can you imagine being like, that's all this can access? Wait, what? Huh? Why would I use that? Wait, huh? Like, all the reasons to buy a PC go out the window when you do that. Like, wait, I can't access Steam? Like, okay. Who the frick's buying that? Magnus is supposed to be more powerful than a PS6. If so, it will be way more powerful than the Steam machine. Says Eugene. Dudeness says, I bought a PC to access Play Anywhere because it's great. It's not tribalism. I'll pick up Steam and use what I can. I can't use both. Right, but okay, so Dudeness. Let's just track with you as a consumer then, okay? Is a Magnus even landing in your purview then? Is a Magnus even landing in your purview? Like, why would you even buy one? You went to PC. You have a gaming solution right now. Series S is more powerful than the Steam machine? That's not true. I don't think that's true, FCAT. All the reports I saw said that it was slightly weaker than a base PS5. No, I don't think I saw anything that said the Steam machine was weaker than the Series S. I don't think I saw anything that said that. I do think people are overestimating what the Steam machine can do. I've had people in my comments saying some wild stuff. I'm like, you are going to be in for a rude awakening. That device is not going to be a powerhouse. I had guys in my mentions, in my comments, saying like, oh, it's going to be so much better than a Pro. It's going to be able to do this, that, and the third. And I'm like, oh, you better slow down there, brother. I didn't see a single tech outlet talking like that. They were all saying, temper your expectations. This is not going to be a monster. Weezy says, how could you be so confidently incorrect? Excuse me. The Magnus is a AAA solution, says Zubair. Who is going to the Magnus as their AAA solution? Like 5 people buying their first gaming hardware? Right. Like, they've got a lot working against Magnus at this point. I think their own hardware just plummeting. Like, that says something to the market. That says something to the consumer. When you see headlines and you hear that like Xbox hardware is doing terribly, well, that's going to affect future hardware because like people are going to say, well, do we want to be buying an Xbox piece of hardware? Like once your consumer confidence gets affected and then you also look at RAM prices fluctuating, it's like I don't know if they're going to back hardware at all. If a game is Play Anywhere, it's a no-brainer to buy Play Anywhere. I'll buy other games on Steam. Hang on. Did you answer my question? I don't know if you did. Let's see if you did. I can use both. Yeah, you didn't really answer my question. I'm asking the question, like, would you even care about the Magnus dudeness? Think about what's happening right now. Xbox users are making a choice right now. They're like, listen, this isn't working. This ship is sinking. They're either investing in PC, which now is a lot harder to do. Prices are going up. Or they're going to PlayStation. And they're looking down the barrel of a GTA 6 launch date. And so they're thinking, where do I want to plant my flag going forward? Well, PC can't play GTA 6. Minimum 6 months, I would think. I think maybe GTA 6 hits in the middle of next year. So Xbox fans are choosing a solution right now. Many of them. Not all of them, but many of them are making that choice. So if you go PC or PlayStation and the Magnus comes out, I just think its potency and its potential sales go even further down because like you're losing your loyalists at this point. You are. They're just like, yeah, I'm out. This isn't working. Just make your money on publishers. Honestly, the best thing for Microsoft can do is to not make any more hardware. Yeah, see, dudeness, we're on the same page then. Listen, if you're hardcore ride or die Xbox fans are being like, I don't even see the point in you guys doing hardware, that's trouble, boys. Because those are your early adopters. Those are the guys that were like lining up to get an Xbox ROG Ally X. If these guys start to say, man, oh man, I don't know, I think y'all just need to give up on this hardware thing, that's a bad sign. Those are your most plugged in. Those are your most loyal. And if they start saying it, boy, put that out to pasture. Why even bother? Why even bother? It's a non-starter at that point. It's an absolute non-starter. The minute you start losing your loyalists, because the general public is not going to respond strong to a Magnus at its price point that we were, everybody was kind of guesstimating anyway. It just wasn't going to, it's not going to pull in a lot of average users. It isn't. It is, if PlayStation can weather the storm of the price hikes that could be coming from RAM and stuff, if they can weather that storm, then I would think they become like the default console. I don't think, not Nintendo. Like, Nintendo's there. Nintendo's selling well. Nintendo's not going anywhere. But they're going to become the default console. That's going to affect a lot. That's not just going to affect where consumers go. That's going to affect where third-party companies prioritize their development. I mean, you want to talk about inertia. You want to talk about momentum. The consumers are going to move, but so are the third-party devs. They're going to watch what happens with GTA 6. They're going to watch what happens with this continued... it looks like an exodus to me. It's like, yeah, Xbox is kind of exiting. They're exiting the market in a not so graceful way. They're going to keep publishing games, but they're going to exit hardware. A better one. The Asus ROG Ally reached 860,000 units sold globally by mid-2025, capturing approximately 22 to 24% of the handheld PC gaming market. How is less than a million 25% of the handheld market? That can't be true. That math doesn't math. There's only roughly 4 million units sold globally. I thought it was way higher than that. Where's the Steam Machine global sales by now? Like lifetime sales of the Steam Machine. I'm sorry, not Steam Machine. A Steam Deck. That can't be true. If 860,000 units is almost a fourth of the handheld PC market, the Steam Deck sold 3 million and it's estimated that it might be around 5 or 6 now. That's not the Xbox One. Oh, that's the Asus Ally. Oh, that's the regular ROG. Oh, that makes more sense. I was like, what the frick? The ROG Ally X is 1/4 of the handheld market? I'm pretty sure the handheld market was a lot bigger than that. He's citing the stats for the standard Asus Ally, not the ROG Ally X. I was so confused. I was like, how in the world did that device become 1/4 of the handheld market? There's no way. Steam Deck had such a head start and has done very well as far as we can tell, as far as saturation goes for a brand new device. Yeah, the PC handheld market's not huge, but I didn't realize what I was looking at. I thought he was saying that the Asus ROG Ally X, the Xbox One, was 1/4 of the handheld PC market. I'm like, there's no way that happened. There's no way. That would have been cited. Like, they would have been like, yeah, look how well we saturated the market with this very niche device. How much is the non-X? I actually don't know. I don't know a single colleague who enjoys Assassin's Creed Invictus. The rumor shared by ex-Jonathan involves a Ubisoft developer who reportedly told the source that they don't know any in the team who really believe in the project. Assassin's Creed Invictus is an upcoming multiplayer game featuring multiple Assassin's Creed characters that is rumored to feature Fall Guys-like visuals and feeling. What? What? What did I just read? It's an Assassin's Creed multiplayer game that has Fall Guys-like visuals? Why would you do that? Why would you make that? Why would you make that game? I mean, listen. PlayStation had Blue Point in the early stages of a live service God of War games. I mean, we've had some pretty dumb moves out here in the market, but you're making an Assassin's Creed multiplayer game that has Fall Guys-like visuals and feeling? I mean, all right. I mean, okay. Somebody in a meeting somewhere said, come on, guys, there's no bad ideas. And they probably should not have said that because, yes, there are. There is such a thing as bad ideas. And that's a doozy. That is a doozy. Suddenly, Highguard's looking kind of nice. All of a sudden, people are like, you know, maybe we were too hard on Highguard. Oh, golly. Holy mackerel. Oh, Lord. I hope we get to see footage. There ain't no way that's coming to market. That's gonna get canceled. Oh my gosh. Whew, that's funny. Guys, if you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure to hit the like button. Do me a favor, check your primes and check your renewals. We're working on a big goal this week. We're trying to make my wife play Highguard, and you can certainly help with that with your renewals and your primes and your gifteds. Thank you so much. Every 25, I gift one back. I've already gifted the one for the 325. The next milestone we're shooting for is 350. Whoo-wee. Highguard Battle Royale. I tell you what, there is a Battle Royale going on right now. It's a Battle Royale between all the live service games. And I'm here to tell you, Highguard ain't making it. Highguard is not making it. This is one of our other subjects today. The response to Highguard. Okay? The response to Highguard. And I've got some comments here. So I put out a tweet. So I put out a tweet where, and I also put out a YouTube short. It's a highlight from yesterday's stream where I'm talking about, toxic empathy. Okay? And I feel like people are trying to kind of shield this game. I also think people are really trying to contort things to their narrative. Have you guys seen this clip of Tim the Tap Man? He is saying, basically, have you seen this clip here? He's basically saying that, chat was on his head about playing it, and he was going to keep playing it or whatever. He was having fun. Okay. And so what people are trying to do with this clip is they're trying to create this notion that, this game had a shot if people wouldn't have been hating on it. Let me just absolutely put this to bed, okay? We need to put this notion to bed and tap it. I mean, it's over. Just stop it. It's embarrassing. And here's why. If this game was good and fun and had momentum and had something special about it, people would be playing it. The vast majority of gamers don't pay attention to Twitch chats, YouTube, Twitter, or Reddit. They don't. They simply don't. A free-to-play game came to the market and is being just almost unanimously just rejected. This idea that there's this mythical sort of group that's so hating on Highguard, that's why it's failing. Y'all need to stop. Y'all really, really need to stop. It's embarrassing. It's no, that's not the way that this works. It isn't. If Timmy would have played for the rest of the day, and if his chat would have been bubbles and rainbows, it wouldn't have mattered. That wouldn't have created a change. It's not like the game would have suddenly climbed Steam charts. It's not like somebody would have been like, hey, yeah, everybody should play Highguard. That's not what's going on. This is called an emergent property. Thank you, Zubair. This is an emergent property. Something comes in the market, and you have millions upon millions of potential responses to it. And the response emerges as negative. It's like nobody manufactured this. Nobody brigaded for this. Nobody was like, yeah, we're going to take this game down. No. It was instant, like instantaneous, like, huh? The customer is always right in matters of taste. You brought a trailer to the market. It was almost universally rejected. People recoiled. It looked derivative. It looked generic. It looked like something we played before. Maybe, just maybe, what you made ain't that special. Maybe you brought something to the market that was far too similar to other games. You brought something to the gaming world that looks and smells like so many other games that we've played, and people said, no thank you. Were people toxic? Sure. Were people nasty? Sure. Welcome to the internet. Is it your first day here? Like, this is not a situation where it could have gone different if people were nicer. Niceties and being polite and having tact doesn't make a game successful. It's not going to make the game go viral. It's not going to make a bunch of people download and keep playing. Look at the player drop-off on Steam. Do you honestly think that the Highguard Steam charts, do you honestly think that this happened because people were being mean on Twitter? You think this happened within the first day? I mean, it just drops like a rock. So everybody that downloaded this on Steam and was playing it basically stopped within 24 to 48 hours. Why? Because somebody said something mean in YouTube or Twitter? No. This is consumer response. The best thing they can do, the studio, other studios, other people in the industry, the best thing you can do is learn from this. This finger wag, this high and mighty, weird, self-righteous thing that people are doing, I'll tell you what that does. It just makes the customers more irritated, and it also makes them say, you know what? I don't know if I'm going to trust you anymore when it comes to game coverage or games that you're making or, being receptive to feedback. This game got almost immediate rejection. So, yes, word of mouth cuts both ways, but when people download the game, play it, and quit almost immediately, they ain't doing that because of a tweet. They're not doing that because Tim the Tap Man's chat was too negative. No, it is a response to your product. People responded to the trailer. It was their honest feedback. And now instead of taking that feedback and learning from it, you want to label it. You want to categorize it as hate. I'm telling you, it's toxic empathy. I get it. You're a developer and you know what this feels like. It sucks. It stings. It is a blow. It just absolutely hits you in the gut, knocks the wind out of you. I know that it sucks. I know it's really discouraging. That's life. Welcome to the real world. This is what happens when you make a product and people don't want it. It's not fun. I get it. Devs see this happening and they want to stand up and say, oh my gosh, let's have some empathy here. No. What we need is honesty and improvement. That's how you learn from these sorts of situations. Because if you start to demonize honest feedback, do you know what you're going to do? You're going to lose the people that are in the mix being fair and arguing in good faith. If they're being critical, if they're being negative, if they're taking this game to task, lumping them in with like mindless haters on the internet, this is something you need to realize. The mindless haters on the internet, they are a constant. Stop using them as a scapegoat to label all negative feedback and criticism as hate. Stop using them as a scapegoat. I genuinely mean this. It's pathetic. Quit doing it. Yes, there are tons of people who are toxic on the internet. They're here and they're not going away. They're always going to be there. They're going to be in the comment section. They're going to be on Reddit. They're going to be on 4chan. They're going to be on Twitter. They are everywhere. They're legion. They're angry and they're going to hate everything. They're going to yell at everything. They're going to hurl hate at everything. They're a constant. What you've got to do is get above that and look at what the actual people are saying that aren't being, nasty, hateful, or whatever. And if you do that, you could probably learn something. And here's the real kicker. You can actually learn from the haters as well. The people that are being gross and brigading and just hurling insults, you can learn something. The public responded en masse to this game, to the concept of this game, to the trailer of this game. There's a lesson to be learned there. Now, you want to dig in and you want to do this toxic empathy thing, you go right ahead. Because you're just going to make another Concord, you're just going to make another Highguard if you do that. It's not a coincidence that we heard there was toxic positivity at Firewalk with respect to Concord. That's not surprising at all. The worst thing you could do right now is what folks are doing. Like, you're going to try and shield the developers from the negativity or something. That's not what they need right now. What they need right now is to just take it all in, warts and all. There is so much to be learned and gleaned from the masses. We get this idea in our head where we're going to demonize the group and act like they're just mean. It's just this mob. You can learn a lot from them. You can. You're trying to get their money, aren't you? Aren't you trying to get their money? Aren't you trying to get virality? Aren't you trying to get momentum? Don't you want consumer inertia? Don't you want people kind of coming into your game? If you do, man, oh man, I'd start listening. I'd start listening to what is basically the potential customer. If you don't listen to the customer, then don't expect to get the customer. I said for a long time, like in live service games, like if you don't respect the player's time, don't expect the player's time. If you don't respect the attention you get from the customer, then don't expect attention from the customer. Like, don't expect it. Even if they're being nasty, even if they're hurling insults, there's still something to be learned in what they're saying. Getting scoldy, getting lectury about this, go right ahead. It's kind of like when streamers do the whole thing where they're like, listen, don't come into the stream and be nasty and tell the streamer what to do. The average good-thinking, mature adult person will say, oh, great, yes, I agree. And they're already doing that. Do you know what a nasty troll, do you know what someone who likes to disrupt your stream is going to say? They're going to say, well, thank you for letting me know what triggers you. I'll be in later today. Getting scoldy and like telling people what they should or shouldn't do in these scenarios, all the good thinking people out there are like, yeah, none of us are being nasty. None of us are hurling insults. We're not being toxic. Why are you lecturing us? The people that are being like that, do you want to know what they're not going to do? They're not going to be like, you know what? I've seen the error of my ways. I've been a toxic, nasty troll all these years, but you getting sanctimonious on Twitter, well, I'm going to change my behavior. Of course they're not. All they're going to do is turn the heat up. So going forward, the industry, the developers, the people making games, right now, you can learn from what's happening with Highguard instead of turning it into an opportunity to lecture the public. That's what I think. Yeah, it's poop from a butt. That's such a good review. Sorry, I had to let that out. I'm sorry. I've got some things I want to read. Where this is coming from is, I don't even know what. So Sven Vinka, I think, deleted one of his tweets. I'm really interested in what he has to say about this. Let's read, because this is new. He says, I really need to learn to weigh my words more carefully. I was genuinely trying to make a constructive argument, but phrased it poorly. It's been bugging me, so let me try again. Okay. He got some flack and he got some heat because he basically said that, like, reviewers should be reviewed, is essentially what he said. Reviewers should be reviewed. All right, we should be able to review reviewers or something like that. And people did not like what he said. Yeah, guys, try to get us to 300 likes. Also, try to get us to the next milestone of 350. Make sure you're checking your renewals and your members and your primes. I believe he's deleted the tweet, and so now he's trying to clarify, he's trying to qualify, all right? Let me make this a little bit bigger. It's a little bit easier for you guys to read. He says, my point was not that I have an issue with criticism. My point was that it doesn't need to be hurtful. In my humble opinion, that creates alienation between people who have the same hobby and essentially all want the same thing, better games. Constructive criticism really has higher impact. Okay, let me just tell you where you go wrong when you start talking like this, okay? When he says it doesn't need to be hurtful. The people that know this are already doing this. The people that make it hurtful don't give a frick about your lecture. I hate to break it to you. I like Sven Vinka. I like Larian. I like their attitude and posture in the public. I think they say what they think. They just they come out here and say stuff. They've got a CM that does the same thing. I hate to break it to you, Sven, and I really like you. But those of us that know not to make our feedback hurtful, we don't need told this. The people that are being hurtful, they're not going to change their ways because you went on a diatribe on Twitter. They're not. They don't give a frick, bro. They're going to be just as toxic tomorrow about whatever it is that people are brigading against. They're going to be just as nasty every single time. You are wasting your breath on these people. And you're making the rest of us feel like we're getting looped in with them just because we've been negative about the game. Let's keep reading. I get that there's a lot of disappointment out there. Good games are being mutilated to turn them into money machines, and that obviously causes a lot of frustration because it makes games worse. I think I've been fairly vocal about my thoughts on that, and I will continue to rant against those responsible because they devalue something I care more deeply about. Right? Okay, so we get this. We're on the same page with him on a lot of things. I think he brings good things to the public when he talks about this stuff. He said, but they were not the ones I was thinking of when writing my words. Instead, I was thinking of those who truly care about their craft and want to continuously improve what they're making. I know many of them, and I've seen how hurtful packaging of criticism has affected them. All right, let's just stop for a second. So you're talking about people who truly care about their craft, and they want to continuously improve what they're making. Okay, I'm just going to offer some pushback here, okay? You named the game, not him, the group that made the game. They named the game Highguard. It is literally, they're literally like synonyms to Overwatch. High and over and guard and watch. Okay. The title of the game is derivative. Second, the game comes to the market without the most basic quality of life features that they're planning to add. It's got performance issues. It's got optimization issues. So excuse me if I don't tell you to kind of stow it. Don't sit here and talk to me about people who care about improving their craft when they made a game whose name is derivative. The gameplay's derivative while telling me it's new. The gameplay's derivative while telling me it's a new breed of shooter. And you lacked basic features at launch. And you literally named the game a derivative name from another popular title. I am really sorry. I really struggle to see any evidence that this developer truly cared about their craft and wanted to really improve what they're making. They rushed something to market to capitalize on the live service dollar. They formed in 2021 post-COVID and thought, we're going to make a banger live service game. So miss me with this idea that these guys brought something truly special that they really cared about to the market. It seems incredibly calculated. It seems super, super opportunistic. It doesn't strike me as a game like Expedition 33 or Silksong or any of these other titles where you can really, really tell there's passion and love built into it. I have a really hard time accepting this. I don't think there's evidence to what you're saying with regard to Highguard. So I'm giving him pushback here. I think everybody's well within their right to be extremely critical of this game. The name itself is so dadgum derivative, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Sorry. I feel like I'm just calling balls and strikes here. I can't imagine coming to the market with the name of a game that is quite literally one-to-one synonym to a more popular game like Overwatch. It's just insane to me that they even thought that was a good idea. How disconnected from the public could you possibly be? He continues. Often their reaction is to stop reading feedback altogether. And this, again, I think is the worst response when people are being negative. This is the absolute worst response. You got to take the negative. You got to take the good with the bad. Even if they're being toxic, it can still be informative. If someone's yelling and screaming that your game sucks, I can't stand the way the gunplay feels. You got a nugget there you can do something with. Man, a lot of people are talking about the gunplay feels bad. Like, even if they're being toxic, there's elements that you can learn. Now, if they're going so far as to, like, harass you and do death threats and stuff, that's not what I'm talking about. There's stuff that goes so far that you don't even need to bother reading it. You're not going to get any valuable information from an unhinged dum-dum threatening to find you or something. That certainly does nothing. So he says it's a pity because that means they stop engaging with their audience and they lose all the good bits they could get from the feedback. Not to say that their reaction isn't understandable. Continuing to engage with after repeated written or verbal abuse requires growing a lot of callus on your soul. Some callus is fine, too much, and you risk being desensitized. At some level, though, I think being desensitized to people who are being, like, abusive with their words, I really have to say this. Like, you have to see it. This is going to sound really freaking weird. That level of response has something within it that is, at some level, a compliment to you. If they're that passionate and they're that angry, you have their attention. You apparently have them so interested in your game at some level that they're willing to say these things and be this involved. I've always said the worst thing for a game is not an angry player base. The worst thing for a game is an apathetic player base. If you're angry, that means you're invested. That means you're interested. So I'm not saying you have to take abuse from the public, but I think you have to see through the veil of what the abuse represents. It represents an angry consumer. Nothing more. It's not personal. They don't know you. They don't know who you are or what kind of a life you've lived. It quite literally, it's a mask. The rude man's like rudeness is the weak man's imitation of strength. Okay, being rude, being unkind is the rude man's. It's his imitation of strength. And that's what people are doing when they do this. They use hypercharged words and hateful words because they think it makes them feel strong and look strong. That's communicating something to you. If you can't see through that veil, man, you're never going to make it in this world on the internet. You just aren't going to make it. You're going to get destroyed by the trolls. He says, personally, I got my first threats of violence in 2009, all because I was trying to make something fun and I failed in that person's opinion. There's been a long list of things thrown at me since. It kind of sucks, especially given that I got into making games because I enjoy seeing people have fun and what I worked on. It took me quite some time to learn how to deal with that. These days, I still read the hurtful comments, but I focus mainly on the constructive opinions. They're the ones that help shape Baldur's Gate 3's success. Here's the reality, though. Like, making your video game, okay, doesn't require you being a public person. That's another thing that gets lost in the mix here. Like, I think sometimes I feel really bad for devs and community managers and like CEOs because they're not trying to be a content creator. Like, if you're going to be a content creator, you're essentially saying, I'm willing to be a public person. And when you're willing to be a public person, man, you better be prepared for the brunt of the abuse of the public because they're going to freaking rip you to shreds if they don't like what you're saying. If you get something wrong, if they catch you in an inconsistency or something, buddy, they're going to eat you up and spit you out. Now, obviously, a CEO or an engineer or developer, whatever, they're not asking to be a content creator. But just because you're making a video game doesn't mean you need to be a public person. You can create alt accounts. You can create accounts that just promote the game. You don't got to put your name out there. Now, obviously, your name can be on like the business ledger. Like if somebody goes to the website and they want to know, well, who works at this company, but that doesn't mean they can find you or say anything to you. The average internet troll isn't going to go to those great lengths to like go to the company's website, find out what their name is, and then respond to every tweet on the game saying, I really want to make sure that you tell Sven Vinka that I hate his guts. It's like, if you're going to put yourself out there as a public person representing video games, you just got to accept this is the world we live in, and it sucks, but it's just the reality. It's just the reality. He could have stayed behind the scenes. He decided to go full. Well, I mean, back in 2009, he's saying when it started. Yeah, obviously going to the Game Awards in a full suit of armor, like you kind of, I mean, you got to take the good with the bad, homie. You enjoy that spotlight. I mean, you're a public person. Now, you're accepting awards. You're giving speeches at the Game Awards. You got to take the good with the bad, man. Anybody that does this has to. He says, speaking of opinions, I also want to mention that contrary to what's been written, I have a great deal of respect for game critics. Over the years, my job brought me into contact with many of them, and I hope that they felt during the many chats that we've had. Respect doesn't mean agreement, but I appreciate what they bring to the table. We have many ex-reviewers on our team. They are my first port of call whenever I work on something far too long and can't tell if it's good anymore. Often they tell me that what I made was crap, but they'll phrase it in such a way that helps me understand why it was crap. It's invaluable. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think sometimes just getting to the point and calling it crap, it saves us an awful lot of trouble. It saves us an awful lot of trouble. Maybe because I don't know. We've done a segment in this community called Green Room, and I have somebody. I have a producer / editor / at this point almost like a brand strategist that I allow to essentially chop me up and tell me I'm doing something stupid if I'm doing something stupid. Right? We have that relationship as a community. I have that relationship with you guys and with somebody that I literally pay because it makes me better. If you tell me that I did something and it's crap, great. Let's skip past the pleasantries so we can get to what I did wrong. Zubair says, I'm sorry, the job to do the post-mortem is your responsibility. I'm not calling it crap to help the dev. I'm calling it crap to help my fellow gamers save their time and money. That's also important. That's also important. A lot of what critics are doing and a lot of what I do is I'm trying to warn the public if I think something is crappy. Like when I watch the Mind's Eye trailer or I watch the day before trailer, I wasn't being hateful. I'm trying to let the public know this looks like something is wrong. This looks bad. If I don't use flowery language, if I'm like super gentle, you're just going to have to get over it. I'm sorry. I'm real sorry. But we live in a world where lots of marketing for video games is incredibly misleading. I think we're well within our right to be on guard and to call something crap if it looks like crap. When you die, will your kids on your channel take over your shoes? I don't know. I haven't thought that far. I'm 44, homie. I ain't thinking like that. All right, the same goes for public reviews of our games. A few were genuinely formative and have real impact because they pointed out things that we were overlooking. I consider us lucky that those reviewers took the time to think through why something wasn't working, because by listening to them, we avoid making the same mistakes twice. So yes, I see great value in criticism, and our development history should reflect that. It's the packaging I was trying to comment about. Didn't land as well as I intended, so hopefully this helps. What's the proverb, right? Proverb, better harsh words from an enemy than, what is it, flattery from a friend or something like that? What the heck is the proverb? I mean, I guess that this is kind of it. Faithful are the wounds of a friend, but the kisses of an enemy are deceitful. I swear there's an inverse of that. That like you'd rather get basically bludgeoned in the face by your enemy with the truth than get flattery from a friend. Like, I would much rather have somebody who doesn't like me be like, yeah, that video sucked. And maybe they're right. Maybe my video did suck. Maybe I need to reflect on how I structured it and how I formulated my opinions or what have you. I'd rather get that than flattery from a friend. Like, to me, I mean, this proverb is basically talking about how, like, you basically need to be warned about how, like, your enemies can be deceitful and flatter you. And, you know, your friend warning you, rebuking you, or giving you truth should be welcomed, right? You know, fools despise wisdom and instruction. So to me, I think in this scenario, yeah, blunt truths are better than false flattery, exactly. Handheld owners are calling it one of the most annoying Windows issues yet, and it shows how fragile these devices can be when AI security tools get in the way. Asus and Microsoft are looking into it, but there's also a quick fix and a workaround. What's going on with the handheld? Windows' new AI-powered smart app control is breaking Armory Crate on the Xbox Ally, and handheld owners are fed up. Oh, for Pete's sakes. Good old Microsoft. I've got a couple more things I want to react to on this topic, though, okay? I got a couple more things I want to react to on this topic. There were a lot of people, weighing in on this, all right? We had Sven said something, Cliff Blazinski said something, and this guy said something, all right? On the subject of this, okay? This was kind of the first thing that Sven said. He says, I don't like people crapping on things others have created. Putting something out into the world makes you vulnerable, and that alone deserves respect, even if you dislike the creation. It's easy to destroy things. It's a lot harder to build them. The best critics understand this. Even when they're being critical, they do their best to not be hurtful. I think we've reacted to him enough. I think I get where he's coming from, but I'm just going to continue to say, if people are going to be harsh, take it. Cliff Blazinski says, when did it become trendy to hate on a new game? Been seeing it more and more in recent years. It's exhausting. Okay. It didn't become trendy to hate a new game. Okay. No. You got to swap this word out. It's trendy to hate on bad games. Like, it's essentially the product of our time. It's the product of our time. You can go viral because of a really crazy funny clip. Ask Matt Rife about that. Dude has a career in comedy because of a clip that went viral. He put a clip of one of his jokes out. He almost didn't even post it. It went viral. He gets a career in comedy. That cuts both ways. You can go viral for crashing and burning and being in a game being terrible. So it's not trendy to hate on a new game. No. What happens is a bad game trends and people are then hating on it. Do you see? It's not that calculated. It's not that thoughtful. See, I think the mistake that people make is you're acting like hate has the ability to be thoughtful. It's usually like the absence of thought. This isn't thoughtful, tactical, strategized, or planned out. It's quite literally just the response of the masses. It's like, oh my gosh, this game looks so bad. Oh my gosh, that trailer looks so bad. Holy crap, the game's performing so bad. So it's not trendy to hate on a new game. A bad game trends, and then everybody goes and hates on it. That's where I think people are getting this so backwards. It's like, it's not, we're not all like, here comes a new game. Oh, I can't wait to hate on it. No. Something bad trends, and then everybody hates on it. This is chicken and the egg here. You got this backwards. They also keep calling criticism hate. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing I think that's just, it's just ridiculous. Here, look at what he says down here. It's not every game. Arc Raiders, Baldur's Gate, etc. I love this silly games like Repo and RV There Yet. Mark Rain used to always say, under promise and over deliver. This was part of Moloch's problem. Do you want to know why Arc Raiders, Baldur's Gate, Repo, RV There Yet? Do you want to know why they did so well? They trended and they went viral because they were good. It works both ways. The blade has two sides here. It cuts in both directions. RV There Yet, Repo, Schedule 1. These games went viral because they were fun and they were good. That game Peak, the climbing co-op game, it went viral. Among Us went viral because, pandemic and there were some streamers playing it. The blade cuts both ways. If your game crashes and burns and is a pile of garbage, you can go viral for that. Ask Gollum how that went, or Kong, the King Kong game. You also have to consider that this game didn't go viral in a vacuum. They were given the primo spot at the Game Awards. You had the attention of the gaming world for a couple of minutes. And you thought your derivative, generic, live service shooter was really going to shock the world and be seismic. You made a miscalculation. You did. You miscalculated. It's like when you're a kid and you build that ramp for your bike and you miscalculate and you get hurt. Very similar here. They miscalculated. They thought that they had an absolute banger, and what they had was a stinker. So you go viral for the same reason that the good games go viral, the bad games go viral for the same reasons. People pay attention to this sort of thing. It's like, how are we not going to pay attention to this? Also, we were told that we were going to want to play it. Also, the man in charge of the Game Awards is out here puffing his chest out 48 hours before saying, in 48 hours, I'll be accepting your apologies. That's not a game that's trendy to hate. It's a game that trended because of the platform that it was given, and it's hated on because it looks bad. This is one of the weirdest categorizations I've ever seen. Now, Mark Rain retweeted him and said, it's downright horrible. Especially a free game from a new studio. Just so sad. This is a hobby for people. They should approach it with joy, not hatred. What the huh? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? You can't have it both ways. And also being like, oh, it's a free game. I can't believe people are acting this way. If you look at the player-based numbers, I don't know what else to tell you. People downloaded the game for $0 and decided very quickly that they weren't having a good time. Cliffy B is mad that Lawbreakers tanked. I have no ill will towards Cliffy B, but I'm here to tell you, brother, I had basically a trip paid for to come play Lawbreakers. Hotel stay, food. I was going to be wined and dined, right? Mini vacation. I canceled. I backed out because I played the tutorial of Lawbreakers and I was like, this is bad. I don't think this game is going to go anywhere. I didn't want to be a part of the marketing schmooze where they put the camera in your face and you're like, yeah, I had a fun time. It's got guns in it. Like, I wasn't going to do that. I didn't want to be a part of it. And I was right. The game went nowhere. It didn't have an audience. What's interesting to me is people predicted that Highguard was going to be bad and not have an audience. And when it doesn't have an audience and it's bad and people don't like it, people act like, you made that happen. What? Like, if I go watch a sports team in the preseason and I'm like, this team is a disaster, they're going to have a bad season. And then they have a bad season. And you're like, yeah, well, they had a bad season because you were hating on them. What? Huh? Huh? How? What? I don't have that kind of power. Do we have that kind of power? Do you think YouTubers and content creators have that kind of power to bring this into existence? That, like, we can preemptively determine a game's fate? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever seen evidence of that. I think people predicted this thing was a stinker because it looked like a stinker. It walked and talked an awful lot like a duck. All it had to do was come out and quack, and boy did it quack. And everyone's like, yeah, it's a duck. It's what we said it was. And here's the real harsh truth. It's good for the industry for a game like this to crash and burn and fail. It is. It's good for the industry. Why? Because now lots of companies and developers know exactly what not to bring to the market. I'm sure the same rules apply for Ghost of Yotei. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, it's good for the market. A bunch of studios right now are like, holy mackerel, we better not make anything like that. We better not make anything like that. That's gonna be terrible. That's gonna do awful. Yeah, it is. You better, if you're working on a game like that right now, boy, you better shelve it. You better put that one on ice. And when I say put it on ice, I mean put it in the ground. Kill it. Now, I have a toxic empathy short on the channel right now, and some people have responded. This guy says the number of things this applies to in society outside of video games is incredible. For sure. For sure. This guy says, I wouldn't say calling a bad product toxic unless you go out of your way to make a point and it looks worse than it is. It's about the manner in which you call it bad. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely be toxic. Saying it's bad isn't toxic. We all knew it was a goner when we saw the trailer. Jeff, I'm here to tell you, brother, I sometimes wonder if there's evidence of a multiverse, because I swear to you, some of these people are not on the timeline that I'm on. I like take my glasses off, I clean them. I'm like, oh yeah, let me look at that again. Like what? Like am I somehow wrong? Hang on one second. Nope, that's worse. All right, I think that's a little bit better. The white balance was just driving me crazy all morning. I literally feel like, I was like, are you in a universe or a timeline different than mine? Have you somehow intersected with my timeline? Like, I don't see why people are trying to give this thing a chance. They're acting like it's not being given a fair shake. And I'm like, the market's responding, man. What do you want from people? Like, YouTubers and Twitter sphere and all that, we don't have the ability to affect what the general public is going to do en masse. If this game was as good and as fun as some of these people are saying, homie, people would be playing it. It's literally that simple. The equation's not complex. It isn't a complex equation. Good games are successful. Now, there's varying degrees of successful, sure. Ghost of Yoda has nothing in common with Highguard. I want to see if he qualified what he meant. Mr. 1030 says, I'm sure the same rules apply for Ghost of Yote. Have you expounded on what you mean? I don't understand what you were meaning. Maybe he means because like Yote got a lot of hate and it still sold incredibly well. I agree with what you're saying, but I got to admit, I felt this weird sense of sadness for these devs. I can't imagine spending that much time of my life to make something to get crapped on so hard. Crispy Bogod, there's like the dad, human side of me. There's like the Christian side of me. It's like, man, I feel really bad when people screw up and suffer those consequences. I'm like, that kind of stinks, Having compassion on somebody in the midst of their failure, I think is totally fine. But compassion doesn't mean you tell them that they did a good job, right? And I know you're not saying that, but like, yeah, I feel a sense of compassion. Like, oof, yikes, that hurts. But I'm also like, y'all really didn't plan well here. Come on, you called it Highguard. It's hard to look at something so derivative and not be like, this is kind of like, hate is not deserved. The failure is deserved. You made something derivative. You made something that doesn't seem at all like your ideas. Sure, maybe that's what happened. Like if I try to believe the best about them, it's like you guys really, really got caught up in the idea that like no other game is doing this, and you kind of forgot the fundamentals of like your game can't be so derivative because everybody's going to feel like they've played it before. Movement, gunplay, capture the flag, capture the sword. Search and destroy. I mean, I feel compassion. Like, that sucks. But I'm also like, the dad in me wants to say, did you guys really give this your all? Do you really think naming it Highguard was a sign of innovation and ingenuity? I mean, come on. Sometimes you got to be honest with yourself. I had to be honest with myself last year. There was a period of time where I was phoning it in. Excuse me, I hit a sneeze. There was a time last year I was phoning it in. I was being lazy. I was discouraged. I was annoyed. I was angry. And I was like, frick this. Started being low effort. I wasn't giving it my all. And I was at a Wednesday night service. And a homie was doing a lesson on stewardship. And I was like, well, frick. Like, I'm not being a good steward. And I had to come to grips with the fact that I wasn't doing good work. I wasn't giving it my all. You know, it'd have been real easy to get down in the mouth and be like, blah, 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 and be like, it's not my fault, you know. Because there were plenty of things last year that weren't my fault, right? YouTube wreaked a lot of havoc last year. Ask any creator. It was rough. There's a lot of weird things they were doing. And being discouraged and responding in the way that I did wasn't helpful. And so I think sometimes with a game like this, man, you got to do some self-reflection. Do you guys really feel like you brought your best work to the table? Do you really feel like you brought something to the table that was new and fresh and not derivative? You know, what about all the optimization problems? What about the lack of features? Like, I mean, we're on the subject. I haven't even pulled it up. I've got an article of like what they're setting their sights on. Visit site. So, Highguard update aims to target game's biggest gripes. All right. So, FOV sliders? What? We're listening to feedback. We're going to add some highly requested features, including FOV sliders for consoles, toggle settings for ADS and crouch, more graphic scaling options for PC. Like, there's a lot of strange things. I've seen clips and weird oddities and stuff on PC. It's like, do you guys really feel like you brought your A game to the table? You really feel like this game is deserving of praise, adulation, and engagement? Or is it Tim the Tatman's audience's fault for being toxic? Is it Twitter's fault? Is it YouTubers' fault? There were plenty of YouTubers running narrative and being negative and being hateful about Ghost of Yotei before it came out. And you know what they look like in the aftermath of how well it sold? They look about as impotent as they are. They're impotent. Like, their influence is so weak, so flaccid. It did nothing. It's a top-selling game last year on one platform. Don't overestimate the potency of what these people can do. It doesn't. Every game that was targeted like that last year, virtually every single one was successful. Split Fiction, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Monhun Wilds, say AC Shadows, Yotei. They didn't have any influence over those games. So they're patching in features that are expected to be there day one. Right, that's what I'm saying, man. You got to do some self-reflection here. Microsoft stock is dropping pretty fast. Well, yeah, after their reporting, I would expect that. Crimson Desert just got a 15-minute preview, and it looks gorgeous. March 19th is just around the corner. Okay, but can I watch it on YouTube, or is this just on Twitter? Because this does look good, but I want to know what I'm watching this on. Because this could be, it does look good. It could be a souped up PC. Twitter videos look terrible. Tim probably only liked it because it was a change of pace from his usual. It's on YouTube. Okay, hang on a second. I'm actually really, really interested because I have been very concerned about that. Let me look at a couple more comments here on my short and then we'll look at it. What about the folks who do think said game is good, Lono? No toxic blah blah. What about the few thousand kids who think the game that you and most seem to think is bad actually really have fun? They actually love it and wish the game did well. What is their paradigm? Wise sir. They like something that won't last. That's life. Right? Nobody is going to pity play this game or support it so those folks can continue playing. Like, nobody's going to pity play the game because there's people that are, like, having a good time. This guy says people are too soft because they've never been forced to deal with true adversity. Just because somebody worked on something doesn't validate it. People also worked to build bad things. That doesn't make what they did any less horrible. For sure. Yeah, the guy gave a heck of an analogy. So, there are people who champion Concord as well. Exactly. That's my point. I remember having these debates with people about Concord, and it frickin' drove me crazy. I was like, I felt like I was taking crazy pills. I was like, dude, Concord looks so bad. What are you people on? Broken Game says, there's something about Crimson Desert that I just don't trust. Also, I know it's either going to run or look terrible on consoles. Good luck to those playing there. Yeah, I've been saying that for a minute. I have a very, very low level of confidence in how well Crimson Desert is going to run on console. Very concerned. I feel like if you got a solid PC, you got nothing to worry about. But if you're going to be playing that on PlayStation or Xbox, I would hold off. I would really, really stay back and just wait. That's not hate or like brigading. That's just me being like, I would pump the brakes, y'all. I would pump the brakes. I mean, they got it on the PlayStation channel, so we'll watch this. It's a features overview. Does it say in the trailer at all where this was captured? A VIP from Zinthos. Thank you so much. Let me add you to the total. 327. I don't see any indication in the trailer of where this was captured or where they're playing this. That's a big risk to put that on the PlayStation channel like that if it wasn't captured on a PlayStation. Give me 1 second. I need a quick break. Guys, make sure and smash the like button. Go crazy. Get us to 300 likes while I'm gone. That'll really help. I don't like taking breaks, but I need one really quick. I'll be right back. Hey, we're like 25 likes away from 300, guys. Thanks so much. Thanks for continuing to hang out and have great conversations and great back and forth. Before we react to this footage, I did want to just quickly look at this one thing so that it's in the video with a timestamp. It's just the Arc Raiders thing. So the Arc Raider devs confirm server issues are due to DDoS attacks. So they did confirm this, revealed in their official Discord. Embark Studios recently acknowledged the server issues in Arc Raiders, and it started when they were actively investigating the issue. Now it seems they have found the cause. As a new statement was that there was a coordinated DDoS attack. Okay, the strike team is working to solve the problem, but at the moment they were still facing attacks. Now this was, I don't know, this was yesterday, so maybe they've resolved it. They said, hey Raiders, both Arc Raiders and the finals have been under extensive coordinated DDoS attacks. The strike team has been working hard on mitigations to a solution to fix the problem. We're making good progress, but at this point, at the time of the attacks, it's still ongoing. Additionally, the team is also working on a hotfix that will solve some of the issues and unintended changes introduced in yesterday's update. We hope to have that available later today. We'll update you on the progress as we have more information. Stay vigilant, Raiders. So I don't know if this has been resolved, but that is, they are acknowledging. So if they are having server issues still, they're saying, yes, there has been one. It was hitting both finals and Arc Raiders. And so it is likely something they're going to have to resolve with some kind of a hotfix or some kind of update. I mean, I don't know what you can do. So they're going to have to resolve that. It's not fun when people are trying to like knock you offline, but that's the nature of it. All right. Let me give us some audio here. All right, so we're going to take a look at this Crimson Desert new footage. It's like 15 minutes posted on the PlayStation channel. It's called Crimson Desert Features Overview, Cliff and Open World.
About several gameplay features and providing a look into what you can expect when you step into the world of Crimson Desert. Today, we'll cover our main protagonist Cliff and his story, as well as the open world where your journey will take place. This is the continent of Pywell, a seamless open world filled with natural beauty. Here you'll find both vast wilderness stretching as far as the eye can see, and bustling cities inhabited by residents from all walks of life. As you explore, you may also come across ancient ruins and more just waiting to be discovered.
I remember you said this game is not real. Yeah, that was a hyperbolic statement. I was being silly when I said the game was not real, and people misrepresented it and tried to make it seem like I was saying something I'm not. I was not being serious. Anybody who said or tried to act like I was being serious is a willful liar. I mean, it was so crystal clear that I was not being serious. I was laughing and being like, this game's not real, y'all, because it looked so good. It was basically a version of praise. I was not trying to say the game's not real or fake or anything like that. That's just a common tactic these days, to take the most silly statement that this person makes and try to turn it into something.
Beauty, danger lurks in all corners. Rival factions clash in deadly conflicts. Hostile forces roam the lands. And high above, in the realm known as the Abyss, a growing mystical imbalance threatens to push the world toward chaos. This is where you step in.
Here, take these wings. It's time to return.
You will play as Cliff, a formidable warrior of the Greymanes, a faction hailing from the region of Payloon.
Listen, I don't want to nitpick, but they named him Cliff? Like, that's the name y'all went with?
Renowned for their commitment to peace, the Greymanes have long fought for their homeland's unity and protected the innocent. To Cliff, his fellow Greymanes are family in all but name, and he has fought with them side by side, determined to preserve unity in their lands.
Rest well.
But we first join Cliff in the days after that peace is shattered.
Jian has fallen, and with the great leader's death, our land, Peilun, once unified, has been plunged into chaos. And now, a bloody battle unfolds between the Greymanes, who fight to uphold his will, and the Black Bear forces that seek to set it aflame.
You guys are like, it's Cliff with the K. Cliff. It would be like, prepare to enter an epic journey in an RPG in an unprecedented open world, and you play as Dave. You'd be like, huh? What? Yeah, I still think what we're looking at, I don't think this is console. There's too much. All of my spidey senses are tingling, like the hair movement, the reflections, the level of detail, the lighting, the shadows, the number of NPCs. There's so much going on. I have a really hard time believing that this is console captured footage. I think this is on a PC. This is definitely like vertical slice PC footage. And listen, I find that to be a little upsetting. I'm not going to burn them up, but to me it's irritating. What does this say? Footage captured on PC. Okay, so that shows at the end of the trailer. I'm being shown at the end of the trailer. It literally says it's captured on PC. There you go. This is not on PlayStation. Publishing this on the PlayStation channel, I think I argue that that's kind of stupid. I actually don't think that they should do that.
Begins with reuniting the surviving Greymanes to rebuild the faction and reclaim your homeland. But as you venture farther, the clearer it will become that the fate of more than just the Greymanes is in your hands. Forces of greed and malice wreak havoc across the continent, while a far greater threat emerges. The gazes of dark forces are fixed on the Abyss.
So Zubair said it's not PC. If it was PC, it would look better. But now he's saying, well, if it is on PC, then Lono's absolutely right. Right, like, if this is what it looks like and they're capturing this on PC, then I'm my concern for console performance is higher than it's ever been.
Mysterious realm that holds power beyond imagination. And in doing so, drives the balance of this unknown world and the continent below ever deeper into chaos. Fragments of the Abyss are falling to the lands below and lie scattered across Pylo. Defeating those that seek to use these remnants and restoring the Abyss's broken balance will be an important part of your journey.
The Abyss holds what the world itself will contain, which is why they plot to open the gate.
What's behind it?
Pure power, raw and untamed.
The moment it is claimed by a single hand, ruin is sure to follow.
If we fail to do so, countless lives will be lost. We can't do this alone. Naira, gather all of the Greymanes.
Consider it done.
Take focus! They're all fucking dead!
I just want to point out, oops, what the heck did I do? I just want to point out that this is another game that almost the very first time I saw it, I told you guys something's not right here. I really don't feel like we're getting an accurate picture of what this game's going to look and run like. It seems too good to be true. This is another game that triggered all those spidey senses in me, and now we're looking at a 15-minute gameplay overview. We're basically a month away from the game coming out, and they're showing us PC footage, and it's on the this video was uploaded to the PlayStation channel. I'm sure it's been uploaded in multiple places, but like putting this on the PlayStation channel, I have a very, very strong disagreement with them doing that. because people are subscribed to the PlayStation channel, and it's like you're watching this thinking, oh, this game's going to be amazing. It's like you're not even seeing what the game's going to look and run like on the PlayStation. You're looking at PC footage.
The story of Crimson Desert centers on Cliff.
This way.
How's the situation?
How do you know? It says it at the end
But
of the
as
trailer
his tale
that all the
unfolds,
footage was captured
two
on
new
PC.
playable characters will come to join your journey. As these characters become available, you will be able to freely explore Pywell and undertake many quests outside the main story with them.
The
Each
physics
character has
look
their
really
own
good there on the
combat
crystals.
style, as well as unique skills and weapons, allowing you to experience the world and its battles in different ways.
Ooh, she looks fun. The combat system is like the first thing that got my attention with this. It just continues to look so good. But like I when there's so much going on and fast movement and particle effects and almost like blurring effects on the character and the abilities, I'm like, man, oh man, is this thing going to run like absolute dirt on the consoles? Is it going to be like framey, jittery trash? Like I don't know, bro.
Pywell is made up of 5 regions, each holding stories to be told and discoveries waiting to be found.
I feel like I saw screen tearing right there. Yeah, there's totally screen tearing. It goes down his shield. Watch his shield. Jiminy Christmas. They don't even have great capture. They literally have glitchy capture. Like, golly goodness. This is your own video. This isn't like you sent this to somebody else to capture, like when IGN had all those issues with their footage from Outer Worlds.
The main questline follows Cliff's journey through the central story, but questing in Pywell goes far beyond following a single path. The continent is full of other tales, interesting encounters, and hidden challenges that all shape your adventure.
No, this is not on Unreal 5, Leviathaner. This is their own homebrew engine. And we've consistently been given assurances from people that the game looks and runs amazing and that they've had some kind of a breakthrough with their engine. I'm here to tell you, if that were true, we would be watching uncut console gameplay right now. And we're not. We are watching PC gameplay. Homies, that's a red flag. I mean, come on. Like, we've got to continue to get good at this and improve our ability to call out the red flags when they're there. Your game is a month out and you can't give me good console uncut footage? Sorry. All of my concerns up to this point are so valid right now. They're so valid. All the hate and nonsense that I've gotten over the years for doing this, when I did it with Mind's Eye, when I did it with The Day Before, when I did it with Crimson Desert, lately when I've done it with Fable, I'm telling you, man, we've got to be more on guard for this kind of stuff.
And you're free to take them on in any order you choose. Many of Pywell's quests revolve around the factions, houses, and organizations of Pywell.
This looks cool. I like that.
Some of these quests are grand, with large-scale objectives like reclaiming fortresses and taking on formidable foes.
Do you know how to drive a wagon? Would you take the reins and get
Jaggy says, I was hyped for this until I saw extended footage on Eric's channel. What happened with that footage? What was the issue?
me to the trading post?
While others are quieter, requiring you to help residents with everyday tasks. From the outset, some factions will be friendly and may give you missions.
The Bleed Bandits are raising an army of their own. And worse still, they've stolen the family spear manual. My son Graham went to reclaim it, but he's gone silent. With the rest of my men serving the Duke, find myself in need of your aid.
Others, however, are hostile forces who are residing in or occupying the area. Roothold, originally under the jurisdiction of House Celeste, is currently blockaded, under siege by the invading forces of Gwen Kraber. Currently blocked. Roothold,
just watch this
originally
attack.
under the jurisdiction of House Celeste, is currently blockaded, under siege.
I don't know. That there's definitely some screen shake going on, but there was also some just oddities there as he turned the camera. It's almost like jittery. And Jaggy saying from the footage he watched, he said, I was hyped until I saw the extended footage, and he said, I thought it looked a bit janky and poorly optimized. Right, like if you can't get this game to look and run well on PC, I'm telling you, I've told you guys since the beginning, this game was too good to be true. There was something off. I was like, they're really overselling like density of NPCs and enemies, lighting and shadows and foliage, and like it looked too good to be true. So when I said like this game's not real, yeah. What they showed us doesn't seem like it's even going to remotely be the representation of what the final product is. Mike comes in and says, Flintlock 2.0 is what I'm seeing. Also drinking Frickmas Blend. Well, thank you so much for buying and ordering and drinking the Frickmas. I don't see Flintlock here, but let me add you to the total here. There we go. Thank you so much, sir.
By the invading forces of Gwen Kraber. The area will be liberated once Gwen Kraber and Kraber's soldiers are defeated.
Zinthos says it's kind of weird because the recommended specs aren't too crazy. So minimum, recommended. Recommended is an RTX 2080 or an RX 6000 XT, 16 gig of RAM. They're talking about a processor like an i5 11600K or a Ryzen 5 5600. Yeah, that doesn't sound that crazy at all. That's recommending a dadgum RTX 2080? Jiminy Christmas. I'm not looking at a game that's going to run that well on that kind of a rig. Not at all. I don't know.
Roothold is now back under the control of its rightful faction, House Celeste.
Look at those shadows. They're not blurry or diffused
Enemy
at
forces
all.
have withdrawn, and the region will now.
You see what I'm talking about? Watch the leaves and the tree shadows. There's no diffusion whatsoever. They're so crisp. I don't know, man.
Roothold is now back under the control of its rightful faction, House Celeste.
All right. No, they don't give a resolution for that. It just says recommended.
Enemy forces have withdrawn, and the region will now be safe to travel. In other liberated locations, the homes of rightful residents may be restored.
Lono, there's no ambient occlusion. It's making me nuts. Look at the grass. Right, I don't understand it. Why would you do that? Everything seems so crisp, sharp, and hard edged. It's like nothing has like that soft, diffused look where, and again, that seems really demanding. Like, look at the shadows of the people over there. It's very weird. I don't get why they're showing it like this.
Rewards for faction quests will be helpful in your character progression. From meeting new merchants to receiving equipment for your journey and gaining access to resources like lumber, stone, and other materials you'll need to rebuild the Greymane's home.
Yeah, like everything is so sharp in detail everywhere, all the way to the very edge. Like, look at the distance. Look at the mountains in the background. What the heck is this? I'll be honest with you. This is such a weird presentation. If it performs well, you'd be okay with it looking like this? I mean, I don't know what you mean. You think it looks bad? I think it looks weird. It's like, why is everything at that level of detail? It's like nothing is having like a detail drop off. It's very bizarre to me. I don't even know. It's hard for me to even explain it. It's like every square inch of the footage is extra crispy. The mountain in the background, the shadows, every blade of grass. It just seems like, goodness gracious, how is this going to run well if they're going for this level of like rigidity in the detail. There's something very strange about it. It's like they've turned the contrast and the sharpness up or something to like emulate like a crisp image.
In Pywell,
This actually looks like something that I would expect to see. The further away you get from me, now they're using fog obviously, but like details starting to kind of drop off. I'm saying, what would you put up with the oddness if it gave you stable 60? Yeah, if I get stable 60, I don't mind it looking like that. For sure. This looks more reasonable. This looks like, okay, yeah, and again, it's the use of fog.
exploration is more than travel. It's discovery.
That was cool.
Whether it's finding undiscovered points of interest, hidden treasures, or simply a vantage point to take in the view.
CJ on Twitch says, even on the Crimson Desert subreddit, people are skeptical. I want it to be good, but I'm also skeptical. I think I'm going to be so vindicated. I really do. Time and time again, it happened with Day Before Mind's Eye. I think this game, it happened with Highguard. It happened with Concord. I'm going to be vindicated every step of the way. Like, it's like, come on, man. There's something right here.
There is much that will draw your curiosity to wander.
It seems like they have such
With
good
sights, secrets, and surprises along the way catching your attention, and no strict path.
There's like whole game stutter. Was that in the footage?
Along
That
the way,
stutter?
catching your attention, and no strict path.
What the frick? Like there's, oh my gosh, there's like whole game stutters in the dadgum footage. This is so bizarre. Okay, so I feel like we're staring at a lot of really good ideas. It's like, to me, what this makes me think of, it's like Red Dead meets Skyrim. That's what it makes me think of. Like the character, the detail, the world. I'm like, it's like they wanted to make a Red Dead Skyrim, you know? And they got all these great ideas, and they got all these cool things. There's so much depth and density in the combat. But good golly, something ain't right. It's like, I think it's engine level. I really do think there's something going on with the engine, and I don't know enough to say more than that. That's all. I'm looking at this thinking, you put out footage with actual hitches and stutters in the footage, and the game comes out in a month.
You can pretty much go anywhere that captures your interest. A trusty steed provides reliable travel, but Cliff himself can climb and even glide across distances.
Okay, do you see what I'm saying? This, I'm telling you, from the very beginning, look at the level of detail in the bricks. What the heck? So, like, every brick, every shadow in this shot is like highly crisp and detailed. What in the frickin' world, man? I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Look at that. Look at every wall, every tower, every building in this shot. It makes me so skeptical. It's like, that's too much detail. It's like, there ain't no way, bro. There ain't no way. It's too much. Mediocre Westerners can't compete or believe? What are you trying to say? Get out of here. This seems like they're overselling this. Well, he was walking and not running in the sections with the stutters. I just picked up on that. Yeah, what's with that?
Travel, but Cliff himself can climb and even glide across distances.
I want to get a frame here. Yeah, that's just insane to me. This looks so good. There ain't no way, boys. There ain't no way it's going to look like this on console. The world is so big. There's so much to go and see and do. Look here. Listen to what I'm saying. Come on. I need somebody smarter than me to explain this to me. Look at the distance. Look out here where my mouse is. Look at the reflections out there. What the heck? Are you serious right now? Look at that. Look at that, bro. That's like 500 yards away. And look at the level of detail. Get out of here. What the heck? It becomes unnatural when you don't use depth of field and LODs. I don't know if it looks good when everything is crisp in the distance. Yeah, there's no drop off. It's like the render and the detail the render distance and the detail distance. There's like no drop off. It's like all the way to the horizon. There's no freaking way, boys. Oh, I mean, at first I looked right here, like this valley, like right next to him, like the shadow detail from the trees and stuff, right? But then you look beyond it and you're like, what on earth? Why is that happening? That doesn't even make sense from like a perspective of like render distance and like weight on the GPU and the CPU. Why would you be doing that? Games typically have an LOD system that replaces things further away with lower resolution assets. I don't see that here, and I have no idea why. Homies, I told you, since moment one, this game made my spidey sense tingle. Like, every time they show it, I'm like, what the frick are y'all doing? These devs are that good? Yeah, apparently they're better than the entire development world. Explain it to you? Explain it to you? Usually there's volumetric fog. It's not about volumetric fog. It's about using systems to, like, out here you would be pulling and calling lower resolution textures because at this distance, I can't see it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Having this level of detail and lighting and reflection, like the resolution as well, like what the frick are you doing? Why would you waste any processing power on that? Look how far away it is. That's dumb. What's taking the brunt of this? The GPU, the CPU? I don't know. Your memory? Something's being used to do this, and it seems dumb. Why would you do that? It's totally fine for detail to fade as it gets further away. That's how your eyeballs work. Like, go to a golf course and look down the fairway. Like, you're literally going to be like, yeah, I can't see detail that far out. You lose crispness the further the image gets from you. Maybe they figured something out. Even if they figured something out, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't even look good. It looks weird. It looks weird, bro. Yeah, they're doing the same thing here. Like, look, all the way over here in this corner. Like, the level of detail and crispness and shadows and lighting, I don't know why you would do that. It's eating up VRAM? Yeah, this seems bonkers to me. Again, I feel like we're looking at trickery or something. It doesn't seem genuine.
Further into your journey, you'll also gain access to a missile-firing mech.
What the frick?
And a dragon that will allow you to soar high above the world. And a dragon...
Yeah, again, if you look at this... There's something very phony about this. It seems very phony and very fake. It's like, no way. Look how far you can see. The detail's too perfect. Death Stranding 2 doesn't have LOD that far. Yeah, and Death Stranding 2 is a very impressive game for an open world with level of detail, lighting, and shadows.
That will allow you to soar high above the world. On your journey, you will meet a wide variety of the continent's inhabitants as part of everyday life in Pywell. Amongst them, hostile factions and enemies each present their own threats, from well-trained soldiers and sorcerers to ferocious beasts and machines that will test your combat skill and adaptability. And for those seeking a different kind of challenge, Pywell holds many mysteries. From ancient mechanisms hidden in forgotten ruins to enigmatic puzzles, each rewarding keen observation and problem solving.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of keen observation on your trailer here, and then this does not pass a smell test, y'all. It's so many good ideas, but something...
let's go over just some of the things you can discover out in the world. The Abyss is a mysterious realm brimming with secrets and untold power. Its influence stretches far beyond its own borders.
Watch this. Watch.
spilling into the
Hang on,
lands
hang on,
of
hang on, hang on. Watch that. Watch this. Watch this part right here.
Influence brimming with
Look at-
secrets and untold power.
Okay, this next section, I just want you to watch how this works. It looks so fake and phony to me. Look at the way the camera moves and the way like resolution and detail is like maintained way out in the distance. All right, you ready? Watch.
Its influence stretches far beyond its own borders, spilling in.
Come on, bro. Come on. That there's something not right about that. There's something not right about that. That doesn't look genuine to me at all. What are you running this on? Did NASA build the computer? Like, I know high-level rigs can do really impressive stuff. You know, I've watched some of the videos and some of the breakdowns of games, you know, running on the best stuff. This looks weird to me. It's almost unsettling. It's like, why does it doesn't look authentic. They're just that good? I guess. These guys are either sorcerers or this is all fake. The lack of haze makes it look like a miniature. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's off-putting. It doesn't feel authentic.
Into the lands of Pywell. Fragments have fallen to the world below and lie scattered across the continent. And discovering these remnants will be an important part of your journey.
It's the breakthrough they're talking about? Right, but have they outlined that breakthrough anywhere? Listen, if you had this level of breakthrough with your engine, I feel like you'd be doing a presentation at the GDC talking about it. You'd be doing videos and a documentary about what you've achieved. Not letting us see it in a trailer like this. Like, come on.
You'll come across artifacts, powerful items necessary to unlock and
They
upgrade.
did? Can we watch that somewhere? That says PS5 Pro. I think they've talked about it before. I would love to watch a presentation on what how the frick they're doing this, and if they're going to be able to get it to run like this on a console.
Your skills. Artifacts can be earned through quests and combat, while others lie in more hidden corners of the world, waiting for those willing to stray from the beaten path. Traces of the Abyss you discover will open up fast travel locations, making it easier to revisit and explore the areas of Pywell you've discovered.
So we've got some screenshots here from Death Stranding 2. They're not very big. They're not very big images, Eugene. That one's not very big. Oh, here, this one's pretty. This one's better. Okay. Yeah, so like this is typically what like a high level of detail is going to look like in a game where you can see pretty far and there's like level of detail that just sort of starts to fade and drop off, right? This is just like a genuine screenshot that was taken. Like what they've been showing us in this trailer feels insane to me.
In time, your search will inevitably take you to the Abyss itself. Venturing into its mysterious realms will put your wits to the test as you uncover its secrets and restore the Abyss's broken balance. Across Pywell lie valuable equipment and items, some tucked away in hidden corners, others guarded fiercely within enemy camps, forts, and strongholds. Many of the items you uncover may offer powerful and helpful advantages in combat and exploration. Even the smaller items you collect along the way can prove unexpectedly useful, benefiting those who search every path and face every challenge. The world.
Art Class 101, just a touch of blur the further away. Right, like even from a presentation perspective, I find this to be very strange. It doesn't even actually look good. It's like it honestly looks bad. It's too detailed. It doesn't look real. Every YouTuber who's played the game says it looks and plays as good as the trailers show. I'd be very suspicious of that being a vertical slice that tricked them. It's extremely easy to trick people with the vertical slice. Like, I'd be very concerned that those homies went to a capture event and were playing on like a monster PC and they're playing in a vertical slice. And they're like, oh yeah, it looks and runs that great. Okay.
The world of Pywell is rich with knowledge waiting to be uncovered, from knowledge about its inhabitants and wildlife to skills, items, and more. This information can be acquired in many ways, by interacting with characters and objects, exploring new areas, and even observing from afar. The knowledge you gather may provide clues to completing quests, open paths to acquiring new skills, or offer helpful guidance.
STFU with it looks bad, it looks amazing. You're not taking my comments in context, which is typical. I'm sure it'll be misrepresented again, like the last thing I said about this game, because people are pathetic and all they can do is lie. Listen to what I'm saying. Within the realm of the presentation, it doesn't look good. It looks too detailed. It doesn't look realistic. My own eyeballs don't see the world that way. Yes, the game itself looks incredible. It looks highly detailed. It looks graphically very strong. I was talking about the presentation. As a presentation, when they're in the open world and I can see like 1,000 yards away the details of the mountain and the reflections and the shadows, I don't think that looks good. I think that looks weird. It looks off-putting. It doesn't create immersion and like realism. It seems like you're trying to oversell me or something. If you take what I said in context, which nobody ever does, they're going to say, Reforged Gaming thinks this game looks bad. I'm like, I'm not saying the game looks bad. I'm saying the presentation doesn't come across as looking good. It looks too good to be true. It doesn't even look like a real, like when you're going for realism, it doesn't even look like photorealism. It looks like you're trying to show off the technology in a way that feels extremely misleading to me.
That's all for today's look at the story and world of Crimson Desert. In the future, we'll be highlighting combat, progression, and life in Pywell, so stay tuned. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you again.
Listen, if this is all realistic, raw, genuine footage, I got news for you. We would have just watched a very different video. It would literally be a video about them showing off their engine and their technology. Can I share a DF video? Yeah, well, hang on 1 second. If these guys have pulled some kind of wizardry, I want to know what they're doing. I want a breakdown. Because they just showed that on the PlayStation channel, and that's been captured on a PC. Let me get the final frame here that shows it. Look. Right down here at the bottom, okay? Footage captured on PC. It's not surprising that they padded the end of the video with repeat footage that we already saw, right? That's not an accident either, by the way. They know that as soon as this footage right here fades and you start seeing repeat footage, they know people are going to stop watching. Oh, I already saw this. They know the drop-off of viewership happens right here. Everybody stops watching. Gee, that's awfully convenient because you don't want people to see your final frame that says, yeah, this was captured on a PC. Get the frick out of here with this nonsense. I'm tired of this nonsense. Show me the dadgum game. Show me the real, raw game on console. Quit showing me this overbaked crap and then trying to hide it from the public like you wait until the very, very end to be like captured on PC. That should have been the very first frame it should have said captured on PC. It run on the PlayStation channel. Okay, Crimson Desert was the best game we saw. No, I watched this. No. Listen, Fran, I watched this and both Ollie and Alex from Digital Foundry were like, they were a little iffy on this, bro. We watched this segment already. This is not them going into detail about the tech and the engine and breakthroughs. They're speculating. They're like, I think they were using this. It looked like they were using this. It kind of looked like this. I did not come away from their reaction to the demo with any more confidence, because I'm here to tell you, if that footage that we just watched was like, yep, genuine, we pulled this off, we had this massive breakthrough, they'd have a video out right now outlining how they were able to do that with their engine. They'd be going through it, and we had this thing with render, and this thing with lighting, and this thing with shadows, and we're able to do this with the foliage, and the independent movement of the grass, and the independent movement of the plants. They're not doing any of that. That's a freaking bill of goods. That is not what that game is going to look like and run right. I put money on the table. I bet you there is no way the average person's going to have that level of fidelity, detail, and even consistent performance. Ain't no way. This game comes out in a month. Well, month and a half. Game comes out in a month and a half. That's one of the most misleading things I've ever watched. Ain't no way the game looks and runs like that. I don't believe it. Crimson Desert's using the new version of PSSR. How do you know that? Why wouldn't they show us that? That was all captured on a PC. What you're saying seems absurd to me. If they were using the new version of PSSR, why wouldn't they have that? Your account's 7 months old. You're just a stirrer. You're just stirring up crap. You're just here to cause trouble. You're literally making things up just for a reaction. I knew as soon as you said they were using the new version of PSSR what you were. You're just trolling. I'm sorry. I feel like all of my gut instincts about this were just validated by that trailer. We're a month and a half out, and you just uploaded a 15-minute trailer to the PlayStation channel, all captured on PC, and the footage absolutely looks too good to be true. Absolutely. GDC. We saw under the hood of Crimson Desert's engine. Here are some of our takeaways. All right, we got something. Hang on. We saw under the hood of Crimson Desert's engine. Here are some of our takeaways. Set apart in the game developers console last week. Pearl Abyss gave us an under hood look. Okay. One of the first things I do when many game developers describe their world as living and breathing is I try to sit in the chairs, on the benches, and the beds. Simple action, especially in MMO, showcases how interactive and alive the world will be. Some games allow this action. However, Black Space Engine is being built to create an incredibly interactive world, okay? Not only could our demo sit in a chair or any chair clip, the protagonist, Crimson Desert, it could realistically pop a squat on a ledge overlooking. Okay, that's cool. Interactability is cool. I'm wanting information on the breakthrough they've got with graphics. This continued, Cliff was able to freeze parts of the river using an ice arrow, creating some icy platforms to hop across. Environments can be destructible from hill, fort, forest. Okay, destructible environments. This is all great. Ray tracing is becoming more and more mainstream with each successive NVIDIA, AMD, and now Intel generation of GPU able to handle the version of rendering may be able to do less. Okay. And while the system requirements for Crimson Desert doesn't point to that future, it still has plenty of ray tracing elements. Okay, this was best demonstrated inside a stone tavern, watching the light realistically bounce and filter through windows streaming into the space. It was clear as day when the ray tracing had been turned on. Light more realistically filled the room, diffused when it would naturally bounce off of lighting casting, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they got a really, really good lighting showcase inside of a tavern. Not convincing. Again, this could be a very convincing vertical slice. This solution is global as well, with all lighting calculated in real time and reacting to the weather in the game, such as an overcast day or light reacting normally through the dense volumetric fog. Okay, did they get to see that though? Some of the most impressive examples of ray tracing nowadays heavily rely. You see what I'm saying? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? It's so interesting that you go to an event like this and you're wanting to show off your breakthrough, your tech breakthrough, and your engine, and this guy got to see the ray tracing shown off in a tavern, a room, and then says it's global as well. But there's no commentary here about what it looked like global and how it ran global. No, it was showcased in a tavern. I saw no ray tracing in what we just saw. Yeah, the open world never once looked like ray tracing was even on. It looked like it was just like high levels of like reflective surfaces and just like a global, everybody's getting the same lighting treatment. All the shadows look so rigid. Given the nature of the world, it's not immediately noticeable, but when it's on, it can transform a scene as shown in the video above. 30 seconds. Okay, so we've got ray tracing here. Yeah, they're doing like a pass here. It's 30 seconds showing it off and on in this tavern. Do you see what I'm frickin' talking about? This is exactly what I'm talking about. The minute somebody says, "Oh, I played it. It looks as good as the trailers." It's like it's so easy to trick people with a vertical slice. Like they're showcasing ray tracing in these rooms, in these enclosed spaces, and the camera's not moving, the character's not moving. Come on, boys. This is literally what I was telling you. I was like, I'm telling you, man, something doesn't smell right. Then the rest of this is about like attacks and wind and features and stuff. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. An article that claimed it got to see under the hood of the engine, got to see a showcase of ray tracing in a small room, and that's it. That's the end of it. Everything else is about like all the the getting to combat and stuff. As someone who played it at Gamescom, it is a good-looking game. It's extremely easy to trick people with vertical slices. I don't put a lot of confidence in that. I just don't. I guess I just wasted $200+ pre-ordering the collector's edition. At least I get a cool dragon statue out of it. I would be very concerned about this thing's ability to perform well on console. I really, really would. None of this is telling you can't be excited or hope that it's bad. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's bad or like you're not going to be able to enjoy the game. I'm saying I think performance is going to be a significant challenge from everything that they've shown. I've got to call it how I see it. And I'm looking at a game where I'm like, you are very much doing the same thing that so many of these stinking companies do. You're keeping your game super elusive. Like, I don't feel like I can get an accurate look at your game. I feel like y'all are playing games. I feel like y'all are playing games. That's what it feels like to me. Since the very beginning, I felt like anytime I see that game, I'm like, something's not right here. I jokingly said this game's not real during that one showcase. Maybe that was more prophetic than I thought it was. Maybe everything they've shown us up to this time has been very, very, misleading. Letting others influence you is crazy work. I'm not trying to influence anybody's interest in the game. I'm saying I would be very cautious about performance. I think that's a very different category. That's not me saying it will be bad. That's not me saying don't buy it. I'm saying I would be very cautious about this one. This one seems like you're going to have issues with performance. We saw that with Dragon's Dogma 2. We've seen it. We've seen it plenty of times. So, what's always interesting to me is when we try to have these conversations and we try to point out issues with performance or issues with stuff, it's like, come on, man. We're not being hateful and trying to convince people that a game is bad. At least it's a new game. Okay, hang on. What do we got here? So this is at the very end of the article. It says, one of the consistent themes during the nearly hour-long demo was that this engine was being built for the future of Pearl Abyss IP. One of those advantages of building the engine in-house is a fewfold, from the institutional knowledge within the team to the engineers versus having to hop on with calls or third-party work through something that this limits the bloat on the engine itself and focus developer time on what is really needed. The engine itself doesn't have any more than what is essential for the types of games Pearl Abyss envisions building on Black Space. Because it's an in-house engine as well, if something needs to be added or tweaked, it can be done quickly. I mean, listen, none of that speaks to what the engine's going to be capable of. That's just a lot of puff. That's just puffery. And I think it's true to an extent. Like, great in-house knowledge, great institutional knowledge, great, once people are onboarded, they're huge assets to your team. But none of this points to, some kind of an engine level breakthrough that justifies the footage that we're seeing. I just don't buy it. Falling from marketing again? Yeah, marketing cuts both ways. Some people don't care about all those. Some people just want to play games. Homie, Incredible Black, I love you, man. I do. But you've been on one lately. You've been on one. That game and everything they've shown us is extremely fast, crazy, responsive, quick, depth, intense. Combat is constantly been a centerpiece. If the game's not running well, it will make that unfun and frustrating. Think of your favorite game. Now imagine playing it when it's not running well. It wouldn't be your favorite game. You'd be annoyed. Fun doesn't override disruption or performance problems or issues. I get if you're excited, I'm not trying to make you less excited. I'm not trying to dog or the game or yuck your yum. Man, I'm here to tell you though, if a game ain't running well, especially when they keep showing like fights that are crazy fast and crazy responsive. The mirror alone is too bright. I can't get the white balance on the camera to chill out. I can't. Let me try. Sometimes I have to like hold up like a piece of paper to get it to chill. I think that's better. Sometimes you have to like hold up a blank piece of paper and lock in the white balance. I played and enjoyed Starfield and Black Myth while others complain. I mean, okay. More power to you. More power to you. Custom engines are better than UE5. I think devs relying on UE5 too much versus the old ways of building your own engine is worse for gaming. Devs don't have as much control versus using their own. I'll let others influence me is all. Everyone's different. That's fine. I'm not even saying that you should let other people influence you, right? I'm not saying like, yeah, you should definitely let me influence what you think and what you wanna do and what you wanna play. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying when advertisements, when trailers, when marketing, when gameplay seems structured in a way to be misleading, to oversell fidelity, I see that as a problem. Listen, to Starfield's credit and to Black Myth Wukong's credit, they never once were like trying to oversell us. I mean, maybe Black Myth a little bit, but like I don't think anybody was like, "Oh my gosh, Starfield looks like they're really overselling us on graphical fidelity and performance." Graphical fidelity and performance in the Starfield Direct didn't look that great. It was fine. I think it's the glare in your glasses causing the white balance. When you look up to the side, the camera picks it up. No, I lock in the white balance, brother. I lock it in so it doesn't change. I couldn't get it to lock in low enough. That was the issue. It'll fluctuate, especially because like my arms are so white, especially the further up my arm you go. So me flailing my arms would always mess with the white balance. The white balance would go like up and down. I lock it in. There's a button that I can press that makes it stay and not go up and down. Lono is just saying you can be excited, but be cautious. Oh wait, I didn't even see what you guys were saying in Twitch. Sorry. Solemn says, Black Desert has questionable console performance, and this is from the same people. So although I'll be pleased with better than expected performance, it's not the top of the list. He's just trying to give the info and his opinion, says Prosy. The current landscape of gaming, I am more surprised if any game comes out on launch with good performance, more than it has performance issues when it comes out. I don't know. I played pretty much every game last year and had virtually no performance issues. I actually don't agree with that take at all. I think the vast majority of games come out without performance issues. I think the performance issues in the 30 FPS games are the minority. I don't think they're the majority. I don't think there's a trend there. I think there are games that do it, but the vast majority don't. That will make it fun if the performance is crazy weak in fighting, but most of the things discussed here, the average consumer is blind to. He always gives the opposite side of the coin. That's all. Right? Like again, I'm looking at fights and combat that look incredible, and if the performance is janky, it's going to make it really, really hard to enjoy. Really hard to enjoy. There was a new game I wanted to check out with you guys as well. I think PlayStation put it on their channel. No one remembers the games that are good at launch. That's what I'm saying. I feel like, yeah, this is it here. It's a new China Hero Project game. This one's called Whispers of Fall, Jinyiwei. I'm worried we're going to get into a bit of a trend here, a bit of a rut. This looks like other games that we've seen, but it doesn't mean it can't be good.
我是为了拿回自己的东西，你呢？为了什么？想屈他成招，就凭你们这些手！
写，忠诚兵马司副使，窝藏要犯，勾连逆党。 将名册藏在书房的暗格，又借礼佛的名头传递密信。最后一幅缝在肚皮里，内容是：
好一个明察秋毫！料敌在前。 法先生，
先生可曾听闻千眼之术？
There's a time element in this game.
站住！今天这儿被王府包了，不见外客。
All right, give me 1 second. The Windows does this weird thing with playback, and I'm going to reset this device. Apply yes, and then apply yes. I think we have a little bit of audio desync. All right, let's keep watching.
追不上了。
夜里的兵丁果然受了训。
Looks kind of mid. I think it looks cool because of the time aspect.
大人，我家的令牌。有刺客，快来人！
未曾想到，当年
Yo, that's cool.
如今竟已如此。
还不止如此。
我多好啊！一位子东西也敢抢，找死！谁也成全你！横江湖这么多年，一个荒唐小儿也敢欺我！走到这最后一步。 还有谁可以帮你？
一定有办法。这个办法不在庙堂，在那些没人在乎的地方，在那些几近无名之辈身上。相信会拨人见日，找到答案。
Jinyiwei Whisper of Fall wishlist now. I really, really like everything I saw. Like, it kind of felt like Sekiro and Phantom Blade Zero with a dash of like time travel. Is this a PlayStation exclusive? It's a China Hero Project game, which means it will hit PlayStation and PC. That's been the pattern. Now, I don't know if this specifically will hit PC. We'll go and check. But all of the China Hero Project games have been hitting PC day and date because they're not first party. So what PlayStation does is they partner with a Chinese studio to publish the game, and so that it's basically a console exclusive. So it's called A Whisper of Fall. A Whisper of Fall Steam. Is it on Steam yet? I don't know if it is. It says it's coming to PC and PlayStation 5 according to this other trailer. Epic Store and Steam. So, yeah. That's how all the China Hero Project games have gone. Because they essentially, Shuhei Yoshida explained it. Essentially, PlayStation's trying to break into the Chinese market, and the PC platform is so big there, they cannot afford... A Chinese developer wouldn't do this either. They can't afford to like publish and deliver a game in that market and not put it on PC. It basically would be stupid. So yeah, you can wishlist it on PS5 right now. It's not hitting Google. I could go to Steam and see. Hang on. Store. A Whisper of Fall. Yeah, it's not in the Steam store yet for wishlist, so it's only wishlistable. It's only wishlistable right now on PlayStation for some reason. It's probably a long ways off, I would imagine. That's an announcement trailer. Final Fantasy VII is getting a new release on Steam. The old version will be named 2013 edition. Existing owners will receive the new version. When the new version launches, the 2013 edition will no longer be available for purchase. All right, you guys have 13 minutes. If y'all want to extend the stream, sometimes we do that. If we hit 350, we'll extend. We'll just keep going. We'll just keep vibing. We're working on a pretty big goal this week. You can make my wife play Highguard if we get to 750. 500 unlocks Friday night where Madam reacts to gaming news. We've had a great week and another great day. So thanks for the huge turnout and all the likes and all the support. Double check that you have celebrated your re-up. Double check that you're using your primes. Those are all very, very helpful ways to support what I do here. Let's just check here to make sure. Okay. And then let's go here. Okay. In before people are having trouble finding matches, for sure. Yeah. It's going to be rough. Like Madam playing on the weekend, I mean, she might not even be able to get into a match if you guys unlock the goal. I mean, we will certainly try. But, yeah, going to be tough, boys. If you guys haven't seen yet, Cairn, that the mountain climbing game, is done very, very well. It's doing very well. 87% on OpenCritic. So this comes out today. I am currently playing... what is it? Crypt Custodian. A really, really great little Metroidvania. Oh, it's good. It's very, very good. So I'll let y'all know the further I get if it continues to be really, really good. Mr. Opinion on Highguard earlier, do you have a general opinion on it? I have said since the beginning that I think it's derivative, that it stood no chance. I actually have defended people being critical and negative about it, and I have a short on the channel and a video on Twitter where I said that a lot of people are, I think, falling prey to toxic empathy, acting like we can't be critical of a game, when I feel like that game is fully deserving of the negativity. I don't think people should be toxic. I'm not saying that you should be toxic, but I definitely think being critical is 100% warranted and allowed. What's this? Okay, we got another Reddit post here. What's this, Eugene? Twice as many developers surveyed by GDC say they want to make games on PS5 or Switch than Xbox. Yeah, I told you. Like, listen. Video Game Chronicle. Twice as many developers surveyed by the GDC say that they want to make games on PS5 or Switch 2 than on Xbox. Right? I said that this would start to happen within the consoles. Like, you're going to have people that develop that preference. They're going to want to play. They're going to want to, I'm sorry, not play. They're going to want to make their games. They're not going to want to make their games for Xbox. It's just a natural way of things. You know? It's a natural way of things. You're going to have a really hard time getting people to make games for your platform with the current trends and where things are landing. So, all right, guys, you got 9 minutes. If you're wanting to do it, you got to act fast. If not, we're going to go to Green Room in the Discord, figure out what we're going to do tomorrow. Also, I will be on the roundtable again tomorrow with Ginger. That'll be good. We'll talk about the week's gaming news and things going on. And yeah, we should have some other exciting announcements as well coming down the pipe. We're hopeful about continuing to make good content and have good times. And Sal says, let's try to band together, boys. And he gifts one to 329. If we get to 350, I'll extend. And we are going to have... if you got... Man, oh, man. If you guys can make her play Highguard, oh, gosh, that'd be hilarious. You like Ginger? Ginger's good people. Ginger is good people. He and I have done shows and content for a long time. And another one comes in from Sal. Sal's trying to keep up the spirit of Stone Spire and other people that set up the Dunkers. We're a 20 bomb away from extending. We'll see if anybody wants to answer the call. Yo, thank you so much. Poe Bodies Nerfic with a 40-month renewal. That's a VIP. Thank you so much, sir, for sticking with me that long. I appreciate it very much. That is a long, long time. Checking the feeds while we wind down here. 8 minutes left. Metal Matt's trying to summon a 50 bomb, spamming that farty bomb emote. That's what my son calls 50 bomb gifteds. I love ginger beer. It's good on sushi. I'm actually not a big fan of ginger in food and stuff. It's pretty strong. It's gotta be used properly. No, tomorrow, Sven. I'll be on Ginger's roundtable tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, brother. Or not that tomorrow's Friday. I'm sorry. I was talking about Friday. I would hope that you know tomorrow's Friday. All right, same gauntlet as yesterday. I'll throw the offer out there. If somebody drops that 20 bomb and gets us a 350, I'll drop a 5 bomb. I'll do the old school. I'll do the old school way that we used to do. We used to do 5 every 25. And if we hit it, we'll do it. And we'll extend and we'll keep hanging out. Is that Metroid better than Mio? It's a completely different approach to Metroidvania. I would say the controls, the responsiveness, the iframes. Crypt Custodian feels fantastic out of the gate. It's got a really, really good score, too. Crypt Custodian. Let me show you guys this game. It's on Nintendo. It's on Steam. It's on PlayStation. And 20 bomb from Rissick. He says, I'll answer the call. And there it is. Jiminy Christmas. This guy needs a tag team partner. He's been carrying the member count on his back the last couple of weeks. And I'm going to tack right on. I've not done a 5 bomb in a while. Neo 3 is going to be awesome. I installed the demo this morning and poked around with the demo, but I didn't have enough time. So I'll check it out again this afternoon and see what I think. The little bit that I played, it reminded me a little bit of Ronin. I don't know if I'm going to like it. Okay, so Crypt Custodian. I'm going to show you guys Crypt Custodian. So Crypt Custodian right now on Steam, it has a 97%, okay? It is $20, all right? It's a fantastic little Metroidvania. Really great art style. The movement, the motion, the iframes, it feels really fun. Like last night, my kiddos watched me play a boss, and they were rooting for me, and I knew the mistakes that I was making. I knew how to course correct and change my strategy. It felt very, very fun and rewarding. It kind of reminded me of the fights in Death's Door a little bit, if you guys remember that one. So I really, really like this game, and it has a really strong score basically everywhere. Like a 97% on Steam. It has a 90% on Xbox. Let's check, and we're going to extend. By the way, we're gonna go. We'll go till 1:30. I'll set the timer. Green room. Thank you so much, Rissick, for extending, and then you guys can obviously do the thing where we. Wait, that's not right. There we go. Where every 5 adds 2 minutes. Anyways, let's see what it has on its score on PlayStation. I don't know why it's being super slow all of a sudden. There we go. Same deal. It's got basically a 90% on PlayStation. So I'm actually curious where Mio is landing, honestly. Mio, Memories in Orbit, Steam, and then PlayStation. Mio Memories in Orbit on Steam has a 77%, and then it has an 84% on PlayStation. I'm actually not surprised. I want to read what people are saying, actually, in the review types. I want to read the negatives, because I wonder if they agree with me. As the game progresses, you constantly lose max health for plot reasons. Instead of exploration being meaningful and interesting, the game deliberately punishes you for it instead. Getting better through exploration, meaningful combat upgrades, all the genre staples that make a Metroidvania? Nah, instead you get to feel like you're merely treading water the entire time. Remember what I told you guys yesterday when somebody asked me about this game? I said, I really feel like it breaks the Metroidvania promise. I feel like the farther you get in the game, the less empowered I feel. I feel like you're just beating the crap out of me, and my abilities don't work all that well. And another 20 bomb from Smiley. Unbelievable. Let's add it. Boom. 371. That is, what did I say? What did we say? Is it 2 minutes every 5? So 2 minutes every 5, that'd be 8 minutes. 8 minutes, thanks to Mr. Smiley. Appreciate you, Smiley. We're not going to get Green Room today. It might be a real short one. The devs made a design decision to lower your total health at certain points of the game to the point of maybe only being able to get hit or mess up or jump once or twice before having to respawn. Sure, the enemies get reduced health when you do, but that doesn't make... This didn't happen to me. I felt like maybe I was finding the items to increase my health and these people weren't. Right? I think it's a different Smiley. That's what I said yesterday, guys. I thought, wait, isn't Smiley one of the big gifters? And I was like, let's see. Yeah, Smiley has had his account since 2016. Smiley 1026. Let me go to the mod logs and make sure. Yeah. Smiley 1026. That's who we kicked out. We kicked him out of the Discord yesterday. Are we sure we didn't misfire there? I said that homie is gifted a bunch over the years. Rope says, ask so-and-so, ask Creature. Yeah, I need to figure out why we did that. Did we completely misfire? Are you able to see gift history now? I can only see chat history. No, I can't see gift history. I just know for a fact that Smiley has always been very generous around here. Says, yeah, it's me. Okay. We had some bots. We had some bots in the Discord that were like messaging people. So we kicked the bots out. And I think maybe we misfired. There's these bots going around and they're like DMing people, and people were telling us, hey, we've got some accounts in the Discord sending DMs, so we got rid of a couple of them. That's all it was. It wasn't anything he did. Like, he didn't say anything. So maybe his account got hacked or something. So it's possible that we misfired. I don't know. Smiley, do you even use Discord that much? Because if his account got hacked, maybe that's why. Maybe he was messaging people, and it's because his account got hacked. Because we had that happen a while ago. It comes in spurts. Every once in a while, there's like these bots that show up, and they start to get people. We had that. Who was it? I was wondering why I couldn't come to Green Room yesterday. Okay, make sure check your passwords and stuff, Smiley, because that might have been the problem. And check your message history. And we might have misfired. Maybe it was somebody else. But we were getting reports of messages and stuff, and we bopped a couple of people that were either bots or they were compromised accounts because they were like messaging people. Okay. Oh, okay. It was because you had never chatted in the Discord. That was the flag. It wasn't that you sent any messages. Your account's fine. You're not flagged. We had accounts that were messaging, and we had accounts that were 100% dormant, and the concern was that they were bots. So I think that's why you got bopped, Smiley. That's our bad. You can come back in. You can come back in. Yeah, you can jump back in, Smiley. I took care of it. Okay. Okay. I was going to say when we did it yesterday, I was like, wait a minute, isn't that the Smiley that gifts all the time? No, you don't have to talk. You don't have to talk or anything, Smiley. We were just being careful. We were having some bots and we were having some spam, and we caught a couple accounts that were either compromised or bots. I think you just got swept up in it. Because I even said something yesterday. I was like, I'm pretty sure Smiley is like one of the big gifters. Like, and then I thought, oh well, maybe his account was compromised. So yeah, you can get back in. You can get back in. You don't have to chat. You don't have to chat. I just told our community reps, I appreciate us being careful. I think we need a little bit more to go on than just somebody hasn't talked enough. So we need a little bit more than that to kick somebody out of the Discord. He hasn't said it. He hasn't talked. He's clearly a bot. Get him out of here. We're just trying to protect people. That's all. That's all. Those spam things go around, and it can be pretty bad. I want to read some more of these reviews on Mio. This guy says, too long didn't read. This is not a Metroidvania past a certain point. It's a precision platformer, caveat emptor. I want to recommend this game. I really do, but I can't. The first 75% of the game is absolutely wonderful. I feel so vindicated reading this. What did I tell you guys? I said, man, the beginning of this game, Stone Spire, are you here? I said that in the Discord. I was so frustrated. I was like, it's like your time's not respected. You get all the way to the end, and it's like the fun factor just plummets to the earth. Just plummets to the earth. Oh, let me get the member count back up here. Guys, we are 4 away from me owing you another member. Who wants to steal that one? He says, just saying you've been in the Discord for months, not a word, it's likely. We just need to be careful about that because let's just do a little bit of housekeeping here. We have told people to join the Discord so they get the announcements. We need to be very cautious. We might have people start doing that. They're going to join the Discord just to get the announcements, and maybe they never chat. They just like the little chingarings and the little pings about the content. We need to be very careful. And a 5-bomb from wired rope secures it for purple. So let's just be a little slower on that trigger just because someone's not chatting. Because I have been encouraging people to do that. I'm like, you don't even really have to come in and use the Discord. Just use it so you get announcements so you don't miss streams, because we know that can be an issue. So we'll be a little bit more cautious going forward when we decide to ban somebody. We don't want to be bopping someone like Smiley. Anyway, okay. This guy says first 75% was wonderful, and then that blank chase sequence happens. Yep, this is exactly where the game tilted me. The stupid buzzsaw chase. So long, and thanks for all the knock rain indeed. You can tell that this is the point where the devs said, F it, this isn't a Metroidvania anymore. They took the kid gloves off and they made the rest of the game a precision platforming hell. The problem is, the execution of everything past that is bad. The point it becomes apparent for critical analysis is the Crucible, but it starts quite a bit before then. It's all spikes, or red and black tentacle plants, and spinning blades, and magma, and hot pipes. Where have I seen this before? All the way down. By all accounts, mechanically, it should be good given all the ingredients. Should. The problem is, switching between all your mid-air forms of movement is awkward, at least on a gamepad. I've long since lost count of the number of times I've misinput a hover or jump or a wall spider, whatever it's called, and killed myself due to being unable to grapple or not having enough height or just having the meter drain to 0 and fall off because I was 5 frames too late. There's also the complete inability to reliably input down slashes. Yes. The problem with the buzzsaw section was so tilting because I swear to you, I'd hit slash down and it wouldn't work. I'd slash forward instead, and then you die. You have to slash down because you have to bounce off the bomb. To make matters worse, while most parts of the game prior to this telegraphed what they wanted you to do, most late game stuff is long enough that it's often unclear. Yeah, you remember when I told you guys you couldn't see? I've less of a problem if this was an actual way to see what's coming with a telescope. That's very good reason for other games like Celeste, Bat, and Heavens etc. to have telescopes. This game does not, which makes certain places unacceptable to deal with without the stand on the ground to regen 1 temp health equip. And that doesn't work for the one chase scene because you can't stand still long enough. I've also had to take a moment to complain about how this game regularly robs you of hard-earned health upgrades because F you apparently. Regardless, I'll probably be back to this game at some point when I'm not so frustrated, but I cannot recommend this game. I feel very, very vindicated by my feelings about this game reading those reviews. Those were some of the exact things that frustrated me and really made it hard to recommend Mio Memories in Orbit. It was like, yeah, I don't know. It's a bummer because it starts so strong and the art direction's so good and the music's so good and the combat and the boss fights just feels fantastic. And a VIP comes in from Ant Got No Games. Thank you so much. 377. You guys might be able to pull this off tomorrow if you want Madden to play Highguard. We got to get to 750. Y'all are going to have to call in some favors. You were so frustrated. Discord notifications, I feel, work better than YouTube. It's not very active in Mikey Bot says, I'm not very active in the Discord, to be honest, but I like the notifications in the green room option. Okay, yeah. It's fine. It was only 2 people. And we're pretty sure the other one was a straight up bot. So, quick, Lono, ban some folks in the Discord. Yeah, if you ban them, they'll come in and gift, apparently. Smiley's like, what the frick happened? Posting a PSA so I don't get banned. That's right. All right, yeah, Smiley's back in. Okay, cool. Okay. We just need to bread the butter. Yeah, we just got to bread that butter. Yeah, Risic needs somebody to compete with him. He needs that tag team partner, man. Can't all be on Risic. Ban everyone. Infinite member glitch. New clip incoming. Reforge bans members and forces them to gift to get back in. Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. Would not surprise me in the least. The levels of dishonesty know no bounds. You're a real role model, Smiley. You took that slight with grace and gave the benefit of the doubt. That's for real. Homie just came back and was like, yeah, for whatever, I couldn't get in the green room. He's like, oh well. And he just gifts. He's like, oh well. All right, well, here you go. It's ridiculous. Who was the gentleman dropping 50 bombs last summer like crazy? Risic. Risic's gone crazy, but you're probably thinking of MASH. Yeah. MASH owes me for being wrong about Game of the Year, so hopefully one day he comes back around. We appreciate MASH. We miss him. He owes me. He does. Currently, we're at 446 member plus and above. You guys, when you upgrade to member plus or VIP, it counts as a double. So consider doing that. It adds to the total. It supports me, makes room in the funnel for more people to get gifted as well. It's a great way to support me as well as others. Hey, a Scotty B. Mr. Scotty B comes in with 45 months. Adds to the total, 378. Olafur Olafsson from Severance joins Amazon and Sony's live-action God of War as Thor. I thought we already knew that, or was it just speculation and was it unconfirmed? Haven't seen Javier Cotto in a while. He used to gift too. We're pretty sure he was a troll. Yeah. As soon as we discovered that people were doing some kind of a loophole with other currencies, all of a sudden he started being really mean and unkind, and it was pretty obvious that maybe his gifting was not done out of kindness, but maybe it was malicious. I think there were a handful of people that were doing that. You know, most were not. That's the important thing. Yo, thank you so much, Mr. Stonespire with a single gifted. Coming on in. I know what he's going to do, y'all. He's going to set up another one. There it is. He wants the 20 bomb dunker to 400. Oh, man. That gifted went to Street Shadow. You love to see it. Good old Street Shadow. Appreciate y'all so much. And Stonespire is the king of the setups, man. I appreciate how faithful... I appreciate how faithful he is with that setup, especially how often people don't dunk it home. I really do appreciate that. Smiley says, I did look at yesterday's stream wrong. I was like, did I look at yesterday's stream wrong? But I was the same thumbnail that I have for my YouTube pic. No, yeah. You're good. You're good, Smiley. Don't sweat it. People literally do that, or Discord chat or ban. No, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to make people chat. We're not going to do that. You guys are all checking your ranks in the Discord. I barely freaking talk. What's my rank? There you go. I'm 9th. Yo, Joker Quinn, the ruiner himself, hits it for 1, and then Risic hits it for 1. Thank you, boys, so much, getting us to 382. I appreciate it. You were the number 1. How the Mighty Have Fallen. I think it's Fuzzy now. Yeah, Fuzzy's probably number 1. Yeah. I outrank Lone Wolf. Yeah. I don't actually chat that much in the Discord. I do here and there, but most of my rank is probably coming from how I hit the announcement room every day. I think. Bullet Hell Slasher announces a release date. Homura what? What is this game? Can you show me the game? Asmongold reacted to Donkey's Highguard video. It's a very funny video. Highguard is here. Welcome to Highguard. There's no gameplay in this trailer. Twitter bot announcements. Twitter bot? I shouldn't be getting credit for the Twitter bot. That's not me. Yeah, that's not me. That shouldn't be affecting my rank at all. Hunt down overtime? Yeah, I saw you guys talking about this. What we got here?
Went hellbound. Corruption, violence, fear. The authorities wanted order, but what they got instead was the bounty hunter John Sawyer. They said the job comes with benefits, called it improvement, but they built a war machine, and it grew ambitious. They call him Rogue. He calls it a career, and he intends to put in the hours.
Jay Sawyer reporting in.
Welcome
Frick
to
yeah.
Detroit, Mr. Sawyer. Hunt down initiated.
When Sawyer clocks in, Death punches the time card.
Move it. Not now. Heads up. You're dead. Enjoy your flight. Oh.
Every bounty is a well-earned cut.
Ah, my favorite customer.
Every death, a lesson.
Rise and shine, Sawyer. Time is money.
Break time? Not here. He adapts, evolves, pushes harder until the job is finished. He doesn't do shifts. He doesn't do weekends. He only does overtime.
It's ridiculous. I love it. I love everything about it, dude. He only does overtime. It's wonderful. Okay. You can Steam Early Access Q2 of this year. There you go. Hunt down overtime. John Sawyer. Yo, what's good? JJ the Broken says, what's up, Lono? Long time no see. Appreciate you. Maybe you're finally seeing me back on your homepage, or maybe you've just been away for a while. I appreciate you being here. We have we've been having a nice change of pace lately. It seems like more and more folks are seeing the show and coming in, and I appreciate that. Make sure you're hitting the like button. Make sure you're renewing your stuff. And Nick retweeted the PlayStation trailer and says, there's got to be a catch, man. This is absurd. Mooch replies and says, I'm hoping for the best, but the game looks amazing. But after Dragon's Dogma 2 release, I'm going to reserve my excitement. Yeah, that Crimson Desert, man, I'm telling y'all, dude, something don't smell right. You know? Some don't smell right. How is that game woke? Jacob says, I tripped out because everyone is going in on Highguard. Then Henry Cavill posted about Highlander, and for a bit I thought it was the same thing. Yeah. That's good. I don't even spam the announcements. What's interesting, Eugene, is that if it helps my rank in the announcements, I mean, I make like one announcement a day. Why would that give me so much credit? I make one announcement in announcements room and then one announcement in the members chat. I don't know. Do I get credit for speaking on the stage all day or something? Does that give me XP? That's like maybe 2 to 4 messages a day. That doesn't seem like enough to really give me a huge rank boost. The stage might be why. Yeah, like some of y'all are talking all day in the Discord. Like I send maybe 4 guaranteed messages a day. That doesn't seem like something that would really boost my standing and give me lots of XP. Don't you have private channels that you use to save things in? Oh, yeah, but yeah, that's not much though either. That's like maybe 6 or 7 links that I like save a day. I just go in and paste the link in like a private room. I type my descriptions up and put them in Discord. Maybe it's the size of the chat. Like I have like pretty sizable chat contributions in those rooms because I'm like typing up my my descriptions and stuff. So I'm wondering if that's what it is. Like there's stuff that like y'all can't even see. Hope the Steam Machine's a reasonable price because that game looked really cool. Don't even care if it's early access. Yeah, the Steam Machine's going to be perfect for games like that. Vampire Survivors, that game, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, you know, Karate Survivor. Right now, Moonlighter 2 is in early access on Steam. And, yeah, that's a good solution for those types of games. I just think the Steam Machine's not going to land any lower than $800 for the cheap one. I think the more expensive one's going to be closer to that grand mark or more. RAM prices are obviously going to have an effect here, but I don't know. I'm freaking cold, y'all. Like, we get going on a topic, and like, I get warm, like I take my hoodie off. Man, that afternoon hits where like the vibes chill out, I chill out. I'm freaking freezing. Highguard update. Oh yeah? What's the update? What'd they say? Hang on. Okay, they put out a patch. Hey Wardens, we've just put out a patch with a number of improvements, including FOV sliders for consoles, toggle options for ADS and crouch, many video settings, and more. The team is also working on optimization improvements that just need a few more days to cook. See below. Okay, so added the ability to set crouch to hold or toggle on all platforms. Added the ability to aim down sights to hold or toggle. Video settings. Console users can now adjust FOV to 110. Low scalability settings for shadows and reflections are tuned for more performance at the cost of some image quality. Low shadow setting now disables volumetric fog. Added a new view distance quality setting that controls skeletal mesh LODs, which can be another useful control to tune GPU and CPU usage. Players now have the ability to toggle the following features on or off, irrespective of the other quality options. Anisotropic material. chromatic aberration and bloom, motion blur, depth of field, crash and bug fixes. Okay. They did it. Highguard is saved. Highguard is saved. You guys all doubted him. I create a Steam account just in case the machine is reasonable, says Nick. I don't even care if it's a little overpriced. They're facilitating my entrance to PC gaming in the living room. For sure. Nick, I saw your tweet about Crimson Desert. Were you in here when we were breaking down the trailer? Is that what made you say that, or are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing? Yeah, this homie right here for Thor, that's a great choice. He was something else in Severance. You missed it? Tuned in just recently? Oh, I broke down a whole lot. I've been saying since very early on that Crimson Desert's too good to be true. Something ain't right. Also, if you pay close attention, that trailer that PlayStation dropped today, like 15 minutes or whatever, on their channel and on Twitter, at the very end it says captured on PC. So I really don't like when they do that. Not a fan at all. In fact, let's just do this. Quote tweet. The latest video on the PlayStation YouTube channel for Crimson Desert was captured on PC. Not a fan of this type of marketing, especially since so much of this footage seems too good to be true for consoles or non-high-level PCs. The latest video on the PlayStation YouTube channel for Crimson Desert was captured on PC. Not a fan of this type of marketing. PC footage on a console marketing funnel, especially since so much of this footage seems too good to be true for consoles or non-high-level PCs. I just don't think you should be using PC footage on a console marketing funnel. I think that's stupid. Did you see your Alex meme? Oh, I did, yes. I saw it. I'm going to get a Steam machine just to play all those early games from my childhood, the early Sid Meier games and stuff in a console format on my sofa. It's a great way to do it. All right, y'all, 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left. We're going to Green Room. You guys have extended us pretty far already. Thank you for doing that. I told y'all Highguard is the Destiny killer. Lana reading patch notes. Yeah, FCat. Look, man, they're back. I don't know. Listen, FCat, I don't know why you're hating. I don't know why you're being toxic. I don't know why you're being that way, bro. You know, we need to be empathetic and kind about every game that comes out, even if it's garbage. Even if it's garbage. Did you guys like the music clip I posted on Twitter yesterday? Did you guys like that? That was pretty good. That was a pretty good one. Smiling Face as a song, Smiling Face is actually available on the music channel. Lyrics original to me, music created by Suno. It's a good song. Wiredrope says I like Smiling Face. That one and Ocean of Dust are probably two of the best. Like, they literally sound like legit. I don't know. A lot of them sound legit, but I mean, those two stand out to me. Always happy to see the Faceless Forge. Oh, yeah. I thought that was a good one for yesterday. If you guys want to support the music channel, you can subscribe to it. Use the music command. Got like, I don't even know how many albums over there now, 3 or 4. Haseo says, I can't stop listening to that album. I know. Is there going to be a 5th album soon? If I'm able to do them, I'll do them every weekend until they're all up, because I want them out there. Yeah. We all know. That's right. You still love Final Chapter? Yeah, that's on the first album. Yo, what's good, D Bob? How are you? Where are we at now? 6 minutes. 6 minutes Turkish. And we're going to be going to the green room. Great way to stay in touch with what we're doing and to be involved in the community is to be in the Discord. That's a perk that you can take advantage of anytime you have an active membership or a subscription on Purple, whether it's gifted or not. You heard the platinum is easy for Highguard? It's like that's like one of those ones you have to get now because you might not be able to get it in the future. Get it while you can, boys. Get it while you can. Yeah. It's one of the only games that you can get a platinum in by not playing. Everybody right now is booting up their PlayStation. So like, what the frick? I just got a platinum. And it's like, congratulations on not playing Highguard. And you're like, oh, thank you. It'll be a rare plat. It'll be a rare platinum, that's for sure. Oh, frick. Oh my golly. What a situation. What a situation, boys. If I could get the platinum on Concord. I feel like I remember seeing people excuse me. I feel like I remember seeing people complaining about that. Like they were really close to getting it or something, and like they didn't get it. I was like, all right. Sorry. Highguard Plat's not worthy to sit next to all my other platinum trophies. I mean, I have a whopping 1. All right, if you guys are going to make this hit 400 and add a little bit more time to the timer here, you got 4 minutes. Check your primes. Check your YouTube member re-ups. check it. Yeah. If the I have a whopping one. Pause. I have a whopping one. Yeah, I didn't say it that way though. Yeah, more PC settings, y'all. Right before they shut it down, people were racing to get it. Yeah, like once you know it's getting shut down, yeah, people are like, oh, I'm gonna try and get this platinum because they know, almost nobody will have it. Broken Surprise says, speaking of re-ups, let's see it. How many months? There it is. 35 months. One away from that big 3.6. Boom. Add it to the total. Yo, look at this response to my tweet about Crimson. Crimson does it. He's like, listen, I got a pro, so I'm leaving here with something. I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that. Yeah, I saw the actor cast as Thor. Yeah. It's a good cast. It is a good casting. If you guys didn't see it, Olafur Olafsson. I don't know how to say it. Olafur Olafsson? Is that how you say it? Anyway, he's going to be Thor. He was really, really good in Severance. He had a terrible freaking haircut in Severance. Remember the Far Cry game? You could skip the entire game when you killed the boss in the opening scene and get the ending credits. Oh, that's right. That's right. That was the one with the preacher, wasn't it? I feel like that was the one with the that was the one with the preacher. All right, a minute and a half. I'll throw down the gauntlet one more time. I don't do this that often. I usually do a gifted every 25. If you guys get it to 400, I'll drop a 5 bomb on whoever gets it there, especially if it's a 20 bomb. If not, we'll go to green room. I'll drop the 5 bomb and we'll extend. I'll need a little bit of a break though if we're going to extend again. You got 1 minute. It's Far Cry 4. Oh, no. That wasn't the preacher one. That was the one with Pagan Min. Yeah. I thought Pagan Min was great. Doing my part, a VIP comes in from the man himself, Matt Bags, 384. Yeah, I liked Pagan Min. I thought the problem with Pagan Min, he was an excellent villain, and he wasn't in the game enough. Like, everybody loved Vaz. Vaz was incredible. I don't know if you were ever going to outdo Vaz. But, like, Pagan Min was fantastic. He had a vibe. He had, like, swagger. He had the clothes. He was a little crazy. And then he just wasn't in the game enough. It was unfortunate. I thought they could have done a much better job, having him be in the game more. All right, boys. Final 10 seconds. It's a countdown. I'll give YouTube a teeny bit more time because you guys get a little bit of stream delay. Okay. All right, there we go. I'll give you guys like an extra minute or so, and then we're going to go to green room. If you've never come, the issue with Pagan was coming right after Vaz. Yeah, nobody was going to upstage Vaz. Nobody. You know what the definition of insanity is? Like, he was just so good. If you guys haven't been to a green room in the Discord, it's a great reason to be a member. Consider becoming a member right now. Click the join button. Be sure to pick Member Plus. Consider upgrading the Member Plus. That supports me directly. It gets you out of the gifted funnel, and it gets you into extra content. It helps unlock Friday Night with Madam. That is how we do this full time. So thank you so much to everybody who gifted. We appreciate that. For whatever reason, I'm locked out of gifting on my phone today. Whoa, that's unfortunate. I'll have to try to make it up, tomorrow, I guess, because I can't extend much further on both platforms. Oh, they locked you down, brother. They locked you down. Your credit card's saying no. That's what that sounds like to me. Anyway, that's a great reason to be in the Discord. Okay, use the Discord command. The Discord link is in the description below. So those are a great way That's the greatest way to be involved with the content full time. Like if you're here every day, you're wanting to chat with the community, you're wanting to come to Green Room, make sure you're in the Discord. All right? Give that like a smash button on the way out. And if I don't see you guys in the Green Room, I like to give you guys something to watch before we leave. So I got a real quick one here for you. This is a real quick one. This is a short about toxic empathy. All right? Give that short a watch. Give it a comment. Give it a like. It's a highlight from yesterday about toxic empathy about Highguard. All right? Thanks, guys, so much for all that you do. And if I don't see you in the Discord, we'll see you tomorrow for Friday. And don't forget, I'll be over there on Ginger's show tomorrow in the afternoon as well. All right? Take care.